Good morning. The 14th plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. The Assembly will continue its consideration of Agenda Item 8, entitled General Debate. I now give the floor to His Excellency Osman Saleh Mohamed, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Eritrea.
Good morning. Your Excellency, Ms. Annalena Borbak, President of the 8th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Your Excellency, Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, honorable heads of delegation, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Madam President, allow me to join previous speakers to congratulate Your Excellency for your election to the presidency of the 8th session of the United Nations General Assembly. During the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly last year, I had briefly reflected as a backdrop and for purposes of historical reference to dwell on humanity's collective trajectory in the past 100 years. In this regard, the defining features of this century can be summed up by failure of the League of Nations, established in the aftermath of the First World War to guarantee the lofty objectives of peace, economic growth, and prosperity for humanity as a whole. Opportunities lost even after the United Nations was subsequently formed in 1945 and until the end of the Cold War, and reckless and dangerous trends set in motion in the prevalent unipolar world order in the last 30 years. As we all agree, the League of Nations and the United Nations were originally conceived as viable architectures of global governance to advance the pronounced lofty objectives that we all cherish. In this respect, and at a time when humanity is aspiring for a transition from the old, defunct global order to a new one, the overarching quest must revolve around finding outside tangential ideological acrimonies enduring solutions to fundamental and outstanding problems that our global community continues to grapple with. Economic injustice has remained the primary challenge for mankind and all the peoples as a whole since ancient times, from primitive social systems to the epochs of slavery and colonization, all the way until our contemporary times in a developed 21st century. The perennial challenges stem from modalities of wealth creation and accumulation, and notably in relation to wealth and income sharing. The fact is, past and present global systems are broadly rooted on monopoly, plunder, and deceit. Domination and attendant policies crafted to that end, military power that is garnered, and military assaults unleashed are indeed mere tools of domination and plunder. Similarly, various economic and financial architectures are essentially enunciated to bolster the objectives of domination and plunder. Policies formulated and operations undertaken to expand the spheres of influence are likewise sheer means of domination and plunder. Subtle corruption constitutes another means of domination and plunder. Wars, conflicts, and crises are also stoked and aggravated for the sole purpose of domination and plunder. Tools of propaganda and deception are weaponized for similar objectives. Ladies and gentlemen, in the event, the cardinal challenge is how to bring about a new global order that promotes justice and fairness to supplant prevailing global governance architecture whose defining contours remain domination, plunder, deceit, and repression. Spiraling oppositions underway in various parts of our world, including in the developed and industrialized regions, through expansive popular demonstrations against dire economic trends and debilitating debt anchored by governments, are only the tip of the iceberg. But what is extremely preoccupying is the appalling economic situation in the underdeveloped countries, and more specifically in the marginalized African continent. Although the details can be assessed on a case-by-case basis, most of Africa's economy remains primitive. Africa remains a continent where raw materials are exported to the so-called developed economies for nominal prices, in which manufactured finished products are imported at highly inflated prices, where the economies are afflicted by huge losses in job opportunities, in which human capital and meager professional and skilled manpower are drained due to migration and brain drain, where presiding regimes lavishly waste borrowed money but cynically flaunt semblance of progress while burdened by mounting debt, are embroiled in corruption and political servitude to external forces, are afflicted by instability due to domestic polarization and endemic crisis, and where they face rapid population growth as well as imminent challenges and disasters. The scenario is very bleak indeed. Why was mankind's mission in the new century unsuccessful? The cherished mission does not contain novel and sophisticated inventions or ideological and philosophical dimensions. The values of the missions invoked and that underpin the struggle during the epochs of slavery have not changed whatsoever in this so-called new 20th century. The aspirations of mankind are, 1, to fairly own their economic resources and the fruits of their work and march on a sustainable path of generational progress and prosperity by accumulating wealth. 2, to secure peace and stability in order to guarantee prosperity and economic growth. 3, to ensure prevalence of fairness and justice as vital prerequisites for peace and stability. To promote mutual respect, complementarity, and cohesion integration, so as to bolster widest regional and global peace and stability, as well as mutual growth. 5, to establish appropriate legal executive structure and associated mechanisms for the implementation of these fundamental human aspirations. Ladies and gentlemen, although mankind's aspirations have not been realized as yet, its cherished aspirations cannot be shelved or postponed. Failure to achieve the desired objectives can only spur stronger resilience and greater moral imperative. In the event, the timely and pressing task for all the peoples of the world is to strengthen their organizational and coordination mechanisms in order to prevail against perennial injustices, domination, deceit, coercion, intimidation, plunder, and monopolization, whatnot. In this regard, we call for the categorical lifting of all unilateral coercive measures and sanctions imposed on countries such as Eritrea and Cuba, including the unjust 60-year-long embargo against Cuba and its arbitrary designation on the spurious list of state sponsors of terrorism. This will require nurturing broad mechanisms of solidarity as well as continuous review and refinement of their strategies and methodologies. In this respect, the peoples of Africa should particularly work out, in view of the specific hurdles that they are facing, a robust mechanism in order to contribute their share with higher vigor to the collective mission for a new world order in tandem with ongoing endeavors for the consolidation of a broad international alliance. Ladies and gentlemen, on the occasion of the 80th session of the ANGA, I would like to mention that in the interest of time, I have chosen not to delve into vital issues pertaining to palpable shortcomings of the United Nations and its various agencies, along with possible remedial measures, as well as the various initiatives underway by several parties for the crystallization of a new global order. I thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Eritrea. I now give the floor to His Excellency Alva Romanus Baptiste, Minister for External Affairs, International Trade, Civil Aviation and Diaspora Affairs of St. Lucia.
Madam President, in the words of the late Abraham Lincoln, the 16th President of the United States, the most reliable way to predict the future is to create it. The words of the late President are illuminated by Buckminster Fuller, who said, and I quote, "You never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete," unquote. Hence, Madam President, the theme for this 80th session of the United Nations, Better Together, 80 years and more for peace, development, and human rights, is a trumpet call to like-minded countries to urgently reconstruct a better future for humanity. Building that better future together emphasizes the importance of international cooperation and shared responsibility. It requires a framework defining a shared destiny, and that involves better coordination and coherence across multiple actors to deliver the most effective and sustainable responses. In this regard, Madam President, St. Lucia, as a small island developing state, has maintained its engagement in the various processes of critical importance to its domestic agenda at the United Nations, such as climate change and sustainable development, financing for development, international ocean governance, the proliferation of small arms and light weapons, revitalization of the General Assembly, and decolonization. These all have a real impact on our national plans and programs. In the context of our development challenges, the global economy is facing multiple shocks that are threatening to further retard and reverse progress on St. Lucia's sustainable development. The impacts of these compounding shocks is aggravated by an unfair global financial system that is short-term oriented and crisis-prone, which further exacerbates inequalities. Not to mention that small island developing states like St. Lucia face existential threats amplified by climate change. Despite some skeptics, Madam President, there is no doubt that climate change is the most consequential and formidable challenge facing seeds. In fact, the latest scientific projections portend a grim future. Consequently, addressing the climate crisis is imperative for the survival and well-being of humanity, transcending national borders regardless of size or wealth. Prioritizing climate action is not just an environmental issue, but a moral obligation to protect human life, uphold global stability, and ensure a sustainable and equitable future for all of humanity. The recent advisory opinion from the International Court of Justice, which was requested by this very General Assembly, now also frames climate action as a legal responsibility. Hence, there is an urgent need to accelerate global momentum towards the ambitious targets across various international agreements and development agendas. A common thread across these instruments is the need to address the unique vulnerabilities and special circumstances of small island developing states. Madam President, we also work in the UN context to strengthen relations with countries and regions and encourage cooperation while remaining staunch advocates of the principles enshrined in the UN Charter, the rule of law, and the process of multilateralism. And St. Lucia agrees with the UN Secretary General that, and I quote, multilateralism is not an option but a necessity as we build back a better world with more equality and resilience and a more sustainable world. For we are confronted with challenges and threats largely emanating from the unilateral actions of powerful developed countries. And it is through the multilateral system of the United Nations that we can find comfort and the support to meet these challenges. However, the erosion of global trust, intensified by geopolitical divisions, economic disparities, and ongoing crises, threatens international cooperation and stability. As nations prioritize self-interest over collective well-being, diplomatic relations weaken and multilateral efforts falter. Madam President, while global solidarity is essential to uphold human rights, it is also important to support self-determination, especially for marginalized and colonized nations. Recognizing the right to independence fosters justice, equality, and dignity, and builds inclusive, sovereign societies that reinforce the universal principle that all peoples deserve freedom and self-governance. It is for this reason, Madam President, that the world must act urgently to bring an end to the gruesome carnage and injustices being perpetrated against the Palestinian people. And this must start with the implementation of the scores of resolutions that have been passed by the UN since 1947, which call for the Palestinians to exercise their right to self-determination. Madam President, I draw attention in particular to Resolution 3246 of 1974, which reaffirmed the unassailable rights of the Palestinian people to self-determination, national independence and sovereignty, and the right of the Palestinians to return to their homes and property. In St. Lucia's reaffirmation of its commitment to human dignity, equality, and justice, Madam President, The ongoing Israeli military operations in Gaza and the West Bank raise serious concerns about the humanitarian impact on innocent civilians, which has exceeded disturbing, alarming, and unacceptable parameters. Madam President, dropping bombs on civilian populations, on defenseless men, women, and children cannot constitute a defense of oneself. Using starvation as a method of so-called warfare cannot constitute defense of oneself. Madam President, the destruction of hospitals, schools, and places of worship in Palestine in no way constitute self-defense and are completely unacceptable, inhumane, and atrocious. Is it surprising to anyone, therefore, that based on publicly available data from United Nations and other agencies, at least 66,053 Palestinians have been killed, 65,062 in Gaza, and 991 in the West Bank, and of the identified fatalities, at least 18,430 are children. Further, at least 247 journalists and 540 aid or humanitarian workers have been killed since October 7th, 2023. Madam President, in this morbid scenario, we must remind ourselves that this is not a video game. This is not science fiction, and Palestinians are not imaginary people. They are human beings deserving of our collective respect, independence, and protection. Recognizing the fact of the shared humanity of both Israelis and Palestinians should cause us to value equally the life of an Israeli and the life of a Palestinian. This would lead naturally to the fostering of dialogue and peaceful solutions to ensure security and stability for all parties involved, because respecting human rights and protecting all civilian lives must remain at the forefront of international efforts to resolve the conflict constructively. Madam President, St. Lucia's position is abundantly clear that there is an urgent need to put an end to the intolerable and significant human suffering, civilian casualties, and widespread destruction. And St. Lucia joins with the majority of member states which continue to call for de-escalation, dialogue, and adherence to international law to prevent further loss of life and foster a sustainable path toward peace. The Palestinians must have their own state and full membership to the United Nations alongside the state of Israel. The only way for Israel to have secure borders is for the Palestinian people to live in their own internationally recognized homeland in accordance with the universal right to self-determination. Peace in the Middle East can only come from this, not from bombs and wars, and terrorism and genocide and illegal settlements. Madam President, clearly, lasting peace cannot be secured on the basis of extremism. It must be pursued on the premise of mutual respect for the lives of both Israelis and Palestinians. Madam President, I speak to you today as one who's conscious of how the transatlantic slave trade inflicted unimaginable suffering, dehumanization, and economic exploitation upon millions of Africans. This is why we are adamant about our just cause for reparations from Europe for the African slave trade, which are a moral imperative rooted in justice and acknowledgement of profound historical injustices that have long-lasting consequences. Unsurprisingly, St. Lucia will sustain its condemnation of the atrocities being committed against the Palestinian people, rooted in decades of oppression, including the systemic undermining of Palestinian statehood. Madam President, since 1992, The United Nations General Assembly has consistently and overwhelmingly voted for the removal of the economic sanctions imposed by the United States on Cuba. It is time for all to respect and uphold the will of the General Assembly. Madam President, St. Lucia has consistently called for an end to the U.S. embargo on Cuba and its removal from the list of state sponsors of terrorism, because we embrace the view that engaging Cuba diplomatically rather than isolating it would unlock opportunities to foster regional cooperation, critical for long-term peace and development in the Caribbean, as well as to create an improved security architecture for the entire hemisphere. This pragmatic approach aligns with global efforts to promote sovereignty, respect, and mutual understanding, demonstrating that diplomacy and constructive dialogue are more effective strategies than universal sanctions. Madam President, ending Russia's war in Ukraine is essential to restoring peace, respecting sovereignty, and preventing further humanitarian catastrophe. The ongoing conflict has caused immense loss of life, displacement of millions, and widespread destruction, destabilizing the region and threatening global security. Hence, ceasing hostilities would demonstrate respect for international law and sovereignty, encouraging negotiations over continued violence. Madam President, renewing our commitment to multilateralism also means that member states must take measures to reduce tensions and settle disputes in areas where, if not checked, conflict and war would prevail. It is for this reason that St. Lucia renews calls for the United Nations to allow Taiwan to meaningfully participate in the UN system. And I state categorically, Madam President, that UN Resolution 2758 of 1971 does not preclude Taiwan's inclusion and participation in the United Nations system. Madam President, Haiti faces an unprecedented humanitarian crisis marked by political instability, widespread poverty, environmental degradation, and a fragile healthcare system, all compounded by intractable gang violence. Hence, the urgent need for international support is critical to prevent further deterioration of living conditions, protect vulnerable populations, and restore law and order, as well as basic services like education and healthcare. Without immediate action, Haiti risks spiraling into deeper chaos, increased violence, and prolonged suffering that will destabilize the region and undermine global efforts for stability and development. This is why St. Lucia is extremely concerned that the multinational security support mission is woefully short of the personnel and equipment it needs to effectively pursue its mandate. Of the $900 million the UN anticipated raising for Haiti, only 9.2% of this has been received. The UN Secretary General has best described this, and I quote, as shamefully overlooked and woefully underfunded, unquote. Madam President, on the 29th of January 2014, the leaders of the Community of Latin America and Caribbean states declared our region as a zone of peace. It was a declaration based on a commitment to upholding the principles of the UN Charter. It was based on the understanding that peace was necessary for the development of the peoples of the region, and that peace in the region contributed to international peace and security. As recently as the 13th of June this year, at the Brazil Caribbean Summit in Brasilia, the heads of government reaffirmed their commitment to maintaining the region as a zone of peace. It is in this context, therefore, that St. Lucia, like other CARICOM member states, views with concern recent developments in the region which have aggravated tensions between Venezuela and the United States. We pray, Madam President, that this tension does not degenerate into violence, hence maintaining our region as a zone of peace. It is also in the context of the Latin American and Caribbean region as a zone of peace that St. Lucia is concerned over developments between Venezuela and the CARICOM member state of Guyana in relation to the border dispute between the two countries. St. Lucia urges the non-use of force on that issue and reliance on the multilateral mechanisms that are in place for resolving it. St. Lucia prioritizes diplomacy over violence, believing dialogue fosters peaceful coexistence and safeguards sovereignty. Small nations like ours can advocate effectively through non-violent diplomacy, demonstrating its moral and pragmatic strength, Madam President. Consequently, Madam President, we have a moral obligation to promote peace, development, and human rights through collective leadership rooted in respect, diplomacy, and multilateral cooperation. However, Madam President, we have to accept that the UN's commission is being ignored and disrespected when we witness the undeniable genocide that is being committed against the people of Palestine. Further, the recent attacks on Iran, Syria, Lebanon, and Qatar speak to the violation of the UN Charter, which has now become normalized. We cannot deny that the UN's commission is being snubbed and disregarded when after 3 years, Russia continues to flout international law and the UN Charter with its unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. Similarly, the UN's commission is also being ignored in the 63-year-old unproductive economic embargo that has been imposed on the government and people of Cuba, despite the many UN resolutions calling for its removal. And we have to agree that the UN's commission is being disregarded in the conflict in the Sudan. These shocks to the UN's commission should be of concern to all member states, but they are of particular concern to all small island developing states like St. Lucia, not just because these conflicts threaten world peace in general, but because they are symptomatic of a departure from multilateralism and the adoption of an outdated notion that might is right. Clearly, Madam President, violence is not in consonance with the requirements of our times. In fact, it is abundantly clear that military dominance, which is an expired currency of a bygone era, is not moral tender and cannot purchase peace and stability in the contemporary global political environment. The old military order, though fraught with contradictions, is pregnant with renewal. Without guidance, its offspring may be disfigured by conflict. But with diplomacy as the midwife, this troubled gestation can deliver a new era of peace and stability. The world's intolerance for the carnage in Gaza and the West Bank is symptomatic of its resentment for needless bloodshed. While military dominance enables death and destruction, it cannot resolve the spectrum of challenges that we as a global family are called upon to confront within the framework of our integrated whole. So, Madam President, the UN 80 initiative is essential to revitalize the UN's effectiveness amid crisis, enhancing multilateralism to restore trust and address issues like climate change and inequality. Madam President, despite challenges like limited enforcement, vetoes, and geopolitical interests, the UN remains a valuable conflict resolution tool. We should leverage the UN to advance economic and social priorities and a stronger international response to global issues. Hence, a new model for the United Nations should prioritize reforming its decision-making processes to enhance efficiency, accountability, and inclusivity, addressing current limitations like veto power and bureaucratic inertia. This model would shift towards a more equitable representation, empowering developing countries and marginalized groups, ensuring their voices influence global solutions. It would strengthen the UN's capacity for rapid response to crises, integrating innovative approaches like technology and multi-stakeholder partnerships. By fostering transparency and accountability, this new model would rebuild global trust, making the UN a more effective, responsive, and equitable platform for advancing peace, sustainable development, and human rights in an increasingly interconnected world. This model, Madam President, will give birth to an international environment of peace, of the absence of major conflicts and wars, of the decline of unilateralism, of a greater function in multilateralism that protects us from climate change and climate injustice, from the scourge of illegal weapons smuggled into our countries, an international environment where nations honor their financial commitments and responsibilities and respond and respect and promote human rights that supports our efforts at regional integration. Madam President, as I prepare to close, this model would be a fine testament that after 80 years, multilateralism would be in a good place, and that with the United Nations, we can expect that in the years ahead, there will be more peace, greater development, and the prevalence of human rights. Let us choose it, my dear brothers and sisters. Let us reach for it, my dear brothers and sisters, because after all, in the words of Buckminster Fuller, we are called to be architects of the future, not its victims. Madam President, I yield the floor.
I thank the Minister for External Affairs, International Trade, Civil Aviation and Diaspora Affairs of St. Lucia. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mulambo Hamakuni Haimbe, Minister for Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Zambia.
Your Excellency, Madam Annalena Baerbock, President of the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly, Your Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished delegates. I am honored to address this August Assembly on behalf of Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, President of the Republic of Zambia. Allow me, at the outset, to congratulate you, Madam President, on your election to the presidency of the 80th session of the General Assembly. The choice of theme, Better Together, 80 years and more for peace, development, and human rights, is timely as it underscores the need for us to work together for the common good in the face of multiple global challenges. In this regard, Zambia reaffirms its faith in multilateralism and the United Nations Charter, a key foundation for our shared commitment to international peace and cooperation. Over the past 8 decades, the United Nations has been the cornerstone of global peace, security, and cooperation. It has helped prevent major conflicts, advanced decolonization, supported peacekeeping missions, and played a leading role in advancing global action in public health, education, and humanitarian relief that have saved countless lives. Through initiatives such as the Sustainable Development Goals, it has mobilized nations to reduce poverty, improved public health and education, as well as promoted gender equality. We also note that peace is intrinsically intertwined with development, as there can be no sustainable development in the absence of peace. Therefore, the UN's efforts at peace building and peacekeeping are very critical for the development of all regions of the world, even those seemingly distant from the war front. We recognize, however, that the UN has been slow to react to some of the conflict situations which has led to serious humanitarian crises. We also acknowledge the need for key reforms and genuine inclusiveness, particularly for Africa, whose voice remains stifled after 8 decades. We must reflect on this and other areas that could be enhanced. Those challenges remain. The United Nations has proved that multilateralism can deliver tangible progress for humanity. We are confident that the Pact for the Future and the Declaration on Future Generations agreed upon during the 79th session renews our hope and solidarity to sustain the momentum of the past 80 years. Madam President, as we undertake these reforms, it will be important to ensure that the pursuit of efficiency should not be at the expense of the United Nations' reach and impact on the interests of developing countries, particularly those facing the largest implementation gaps in the SDGs. The UN 80 initiative must strengthen delivery in the 3 core pillars of the United Nations of peace and security, development and human rights. We must preserve those parts of the UN that work. For instance, the resident coordinator system has helped coordinate various UN development agencies to ensure they work together effectively, efficiently, and transparently in supporting the host governments achieve SDGs. These reforms must serve to strengthen the RC system. Madam President, we meet at a critical moment when escalation in geopolitical tensions pose a significant threat to the gains made in the 80 years of the United Nations' existence. This exacerbates the existing challenges and places multilateralism under threat. Further, we have witnessed how challenges such as ongoing conflict situations, climate shocks, and the pandemic have negatively impacted the global economy. It is therefore clear that a short period of war or crisis can erase decades of development gains. We therefore categorically condemn war and aggression and urge all parties in conflict to choose diplomacy over violence. Allow me to re-echo President Hakainde Hichilema's constant reminder to the world that instability anywhere is instability everywhere. Zambia therefore remains an advocate for peace, human rights, good governance, and inclusive development for a strengthened multilateral system. Further, we remain committed to the principles enshrined in the United Nations Charter. Zambia has been actively engaged in regional peace efforts. We continue to support the work of the African Union and regional organizations in mediation and peacekeeping, including in the Horn of Africa and the Great Lakes region. Here at the United Nations, we as African nations count on the continued support of the international community in initiatives to silence the guns in Africa and resolve conflict worldwide for a more secure world. Madam President, inspired by the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and our national vision, we have undertaken bold reforms to improve the lives of our people, even as we recover from the devastating drought that affected our country in 2024. A cornerstone of our strategy is investing in our people, especially the youth. Believing that education is the greatest equalizer, our government introduced free primary and secondary education for all children recruited a number of teachers to improve the quality of education. We further recognize that a healthy population underpins productivity and inclusive growth. Zambia therefore remains steadfast in its pursuit of health for all by building resilience, equitable and accessible health systems. We are expanding infrastructure, providing essential supplies, and deploying thousands of health workers to underserved areas, among other interventions. While we recognize the changing landscape in official development assistance, we call on development partners to continue their effort to support HIV/AIDS programs, especially with antiretroviral therapy, so that countries such as Zambia that have made progress in the fight against HIV do not regress on account of funding constraints. We therefore look forward to upcoming World Social Summit in Qatar that will accord us an opportunity to engage on key social development issues and advance social progress, ensuring that no one is left behind in the global sustainable development journey. We urge all member states and development partners to prioritize health spending as a strategic investment because human capital is the greatest asset of any nation. Madam President, to protect the most vulnerable, Zambia has scaled up safety nets. Our social cash transfer program now reaches over 6.5% households. This and other complementary initiatives such as food security packs and skills training has been crucial in cushioning families from shocks and lifting communities out of extreme poverty. Madam President, we believe that empowering women is more than just a moral duty. When women thrive, families prosper and nations advance. We therefore place women and youth at the center of our transformation through affirmative measures that enhance women's participation in decision-making and protect their careers and families. We continue to lead efforts to eliminate gender-based violence and child marriage through strengthening laws and community awareness programs. We call on the international community to redouble efforts towards gender equality, especially as we commemorate the 30th anniversary of the Women's Conference and Beijing Program of Action. Madam President, Zambia's economy, like many other developing countries, has endured turbulent times in recent years. Upon assuming office, our government's highest priority was to restore macroeconomic stability, which we are steadily delivering. We implemented difficult but necessary reforms to restructure our public debt in order to create fiscal space. This debt restructuring, alongside our ongoing IMF-supported program, has put Zambia firmly on a path to debt sustainability and renewed investor confidence. However, stabilizing the economy is only the first step. We equally focused on reigniting growth and economic transformation through diversification. Madam President, the existential threat of climate change looms over all our aspirations. Despite our minimal contribution to global emissions, many developing countries often experience increased frequency of climate shocks, such as droughts and destructive floods. In this regard, we look ahead with a hope to the upcoming COP30 in Brazil, which will mark the 10th anniversary of the Paris Agreement. This milestone conference must be a turning point from promises to action. Zambia has submitted its revised National Determined Contribution, NDC 3.0, and we therefore encourage other countries to do the same with enhanced ambition to be within the reach of the 1.5 degrees Celsius goal. We must act now to limit global warming and to adapt to its effects. Let us summon the political will for bold action that safeguards the planet for future generations. Madam President, 5 years to the year 2030, only 17% of SDGs are on track. We also note that several developing countries remain fiscally constrained in directing sufficient resources towards SDGs on account of increasing debt burdens, highlighting the need to strengthen mechanisms for resolving debt crises. Against this backdrop, Zambia was privileged to have co-facilitated the outcome document of the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development, which unanimously adopted the Sevilla Commitment. This outcome has renewed global consensus to close the $4 trillion annual SDG financing gap. It is now time to move from commitments to action. We call on all nations, development banks, and the private sector to align their policies and investments with the SDGs. Official development assistance, a lifeline for less developed countries, must be protected. There is need to scale up domestic resource mobilization, embracing innovative financing mechanisms, tackling illicit financial flows, and promoting private sector involvement. Madam President, for too long, the current international financial architecture has perpetuated structural inequalities, particularly for developing countries. The post-war institutions designed to promote global economic stability and growth no longer reflect today's geopolitical and economic realities. Many African countries continue to bear the weight of unsustainable debt, limited access to concessional financing, and the effects of global shocks beyond their control, from climate change to pandemics and global conflicts. We therefore welcome the commitments from various stakeholders for comprehensive reform of the global financial system. This reform should include governance reform of global financial institutions to strengthen representation of developing countries in international economic decision-making. Zambia further welcomes initiatives such as the Borrowers Forum to ensure fair and timely resolution of debt. Madam President, Zambia is both a least developed country, LDC, and a landlocked, or as we prefer, land-linked developing country, an LLDC. These two categories of countries face unique structural challenges. In July 2025, Zambia was privileged to host the LDC Future Forum in Lusaka, whose insights on building resilience to shocks and the need for innovation to address challenges were empowering. During the conference, our Republican President, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, underscored the need for LDCs to build resilience by being more proactive and self-reliant. As a landlocked country, Zambia welcomes the Awaza Program of Action, which prioritizes structural transformation, trade facilitation, regional connectivity, resilience, and ICT infrastructure, which reflect our own priorities. We also welcome the Awaza's call for innovative financing. Landlocked need not mean isolated and encased. I repeat, Madam President, landlocked need not mean isolated and encased. As our President fondly states, LLDCs can become land-linked rather than landlocked, and we in Zambia are committed to making this vision a reality. Allow me to appeal, Madam President, that even as we reform the office of the High Representative for for less developed countries, landlocked countries, and SIDS must be maintained. It is of imperative importance. Madam President, the theme of this session, Better Together, also compels us to reflect on the United Nations' readiness to address today's complex challenges. The Security Council's current composition and working methods reflect a bygone era and are overdue for reform. Decisions on critical peace and security issues are all too often stalled by the veto power of a few, even when the wider membership speaks clearly. Africa, with 1.4 billion people, still has no permanent seat, a historical injustice that must be rectified. Zambia therefore reaffirms the common Africa position on Security Council reform as set out in the El Zulwini Consensus and the Sirte Declaration. We call for comprehensive reform that expands both permanent and non-permanent membership to make the Council more equitable, effective, and reflective of today's world. Madam President, Excellencies, 80 years ago, the world emerged from war with a promise to never again allow division and destruction to define our collective future. That promise is being tested today. Let this 80th General Assembly be remembered as a turning point where the world chose solidarity over silence, justice over inertia, and unity over division. We must act not out of fear, but out of hope, not in isolation, but in solidarity, as we are better together. Madam President, Your Excellencies, I thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Zambia. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Anita Anund, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Canada.
President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, let me, Madam President, congratulate you on your election as President. Since the end of the Second World War, multilateral institutions have helped to make our world safer and more prosperous. More than 1 billion people have been lifted out of extreme poverty. Famine and disease have declined. We see shared effort leading to shared prosperity. Pourtant, aujourd'hui,
however, today, this multilateral system is under threat. Some countries are turning more inward, looking at protectionism and unilateralism rather than multilateralism. Around the world, the geopolitical landscape is unstable. Those power is heading towards a way that is undermining, jeopardizing our security and prosperity. We are facing challenges that no country can address alone. Allow me to start with Canada itself, because the strength that we have abroad is based on resilience at home.
Proudly bilingual, resilient, dynamic democracy spanning 3 oceans, blessed with natural resources, and above all, defined by the ingenuity of our people. Our scientists are leaders in artificial intelligence and clean technology. Our workers are partnering in the global energy transition. Our entrepreneurs are advancing critical minerals, agriculture, and digital innovation. Canada is home to Indigenous peoples and to immigrants from every corner of the globe. Let me say a few words about Indigenous peoples on the eve of Canada's National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. The voices of Indigenous peoples enrich our democracy at home and diplomacy abroad.
Their leadership has laid the foundations for the path followed by Canada and is strengthening our place in the world. Canada has for a long time been advocating for cooperation, diplomacy, and international law. Whether this be a question of promoting peacekeeping operations of the UN during the Suez crisis, or indeed the Ottawa Treaty that prohibits anti-personnel mines, Canada has always been an innovative leader on global issues. This is something that still guides us.
Not shrink from global challenge. Canada does not retreat from duty. Canada does not walk away from building and strengthening peace. Even as the world changes, Canada remains a stable and reliable partner, both in business and collective security. At its core, our foreign policy rests on three pillars. First, defense and security, keeping Canadians safe, strengthening our sovereignty, being good allies and partners in NATO and NORAD. Second, economic resilience, diversifying trade, strengthening supply chains, being an attractive destination for capital, and an entrusted trading partner while advancing rules-based trade. And third, core values, promoting democracy and pluralism, balancing and maintaining human rights, fostering gender equality, protecting our environment, and working with Indigenous partners on sustainable development and prosperity while safeguarding our environment. But we face a changed reality. Rising unilateralism and protectionism weaken multilateral institutions and the rule of law, the very bedrock of the post-war order. À eux seuls.
In 2024 alone, 300 million people needed humanitarian assistance. 120 million were displaced. More than 40 million were refugees. Conflicts cost $14 trillion a year for the global economy. And each of these figures is not simply a statistic, but it's a child, a family, a community. Each and every one of them are just proof of why we must respect together the UN Charter, the Geneva Conventions, the Refugee Conventions, and Human Rights Conventions.
These stark realities, retreat is not an option. Canada will not turn inward. Canada will work to reform and strengthen multilateral institutions such as the United Nations so that they are more resilient and more effective in meeting the challenges of today and tomorrow. Canada is an Arctic nation. In the Arctic, a critical part of Canada and the world, climate change and new geopolitical pressures create both risks and responsibilities. Canada will safeguard its sovereignty, modernize NORAD with the United States, bolster NATO with fellow members, and work with Indigenous peoples to ensure that the Arctic remains a region of peace, cooperation, and sustainable development. The challenges to security are not confined to our own borders. Russia's 2022 illegal full-scale invasion of Ukraine stands as a grave breach of the UN Charter. Russia's aggression, attacks on civilians, and abduction of children are flagrant violations of international law. Putin believed Ukraine would fall in 3 days. 3.5 years later, Ukraine still stands, its sovereignty intact, its people unbowed, its courage unbroken. Canada's position is clear. Putin cannot be permitted to redraw boundaries at his will. Might does not make right. Ukraine is not backing down, nor will its friends, including Canada.
In supporting Ukraine, we are not only defending a nation, we are defending the founding principles of sovereignty, dignity, and peace. Values that unite us all. Canada has already pledged $22 billion of various types of aid to Ukraine, and Ukraine can count on our long-term support. Here at the UN, last week, the Prime Minister Carney and President Zelensky reaffirmed our shared commitments, something that is shared by a large number of you here to bring back Ukrainian children, bring them home.
The October 7th terrorist attack by Hamas on Israeli civilians was absolutely horrific. Hamas is a terrorist organization and an impediment to peace. Canada calls on Hamas to lay down its weapons and to release all remaining hostages immediately. The scope of the humanitarian crisis in Gaza is catastrophic and requires urgent action. Canada has committed over $340 million in humanitarian aid, and our Canadian armed forces have participated in airdrops. We call on Israel to help protect the civilian population in Gaza, to open land corridors for unimpeded access of humanitarian aid at scale, and to ensure that healthcare facilities are fully protected. The two-state solution is eroding, as is evident in Israel's illegal expansion of West Bank settlements. Canada's recognition of Palestine last week reflects long-standing Canadian policy based on the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination and our commitment to a two-state solution, a future where Israelis and Palestinians live side by side in peace and security. We support partners in the region who continue their efforts to reach a ceasefire as soon as possible and to contribute to the political processes that must follow. Canada will participate in these processes in every way that we can. We are committed to efforts to strengthen the capacity of the Palestinian Authority, working collaboratively with partners in the region. On Haiti,
in Haiti, violence is destroying lives and undermining stability. Canada supports the efforts made at the UN Security Council to create a new mission to tackle violence, put a stop to gang violence, and re-establish governance and open the way for stable democracy and a greater level of regional security. These struggles are not something that happens far away in today's interconnected world. Conflicts, indeed, that break out anywhere in the world affect all of us.
Global economy, Canada's diplomacy is also focused on delivering growth and economic resilience for our people. To grow our economy and create opportunities for our businesses, Canada is deepening partnerships in Europe, the Indo-Pacific, the Americas, and Africa. Recent progress includes a strategic defense partnership with the European Union, the Canada-Indonesia Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, signed just last week, expanded agreements with Mexico, and continued leadership through key trade agreements such as the CPTPP and CETA. These are not just trade agreements. These are bridges of resilience, engines of prosperity, and commitments to the rules-based system that benefits us all. Through multilateralism, we can build an inclusive and sustainable global economy. And when multilateral institutions are under threat, Canada will not turn inward. We will lock arms with our partners to strengthen institutions, building their legitimacy and their efficacy to meet the challenges of today and tomorrow. We are determined to forge new economic partnerships and leverage our competitive advantages in areas of economic strength. Canada will ensure that we utilize our diplomatic efforts abroad to the benefit of domestic interests as well. Alors que nous...
At a time when we're all looking to strengthen resilience, security, and economic growth of our peoples, we cannot renounce or give up on our multilateral institutions and processes. Multilateralism remains our best hope to address global challenges. Rather than rejecting international norms, we should instead strengthen multilateralism by reforming its international institutions. This is the only way that international institutions will be able to address the challenges that we are all facing, all the while providing results for our nations and peoples.
Have an opportunity to act with pragmatism and flexibility in our efforts to deal with collective challenges. That is good advice for all of us in our chamber here today. We need to bring together the representatives of those countries and entities that are both relevant to and affected by the crises at hand. As we have seen with the Coalition of the Willing for Ukraine, these efforts in support of the UN Charter need to become the new norm so that we can move forward on urgent challenges at scale and at speed. A generation of Canadians, including Canada's fierce and inspiring ambassador to the United Nations, Bob Rae, who has provided a lifetime of dedicated service to our country, helped to build these multilateral institutions. And I pay tribute to Bob for his lifetime of dedicated service to our country. Our goal will always be to prevent and to resolve international conflicts while modernizing global institutions so that they can meet the challenges of the future. To close, Canada is committed to leaving future generations not only a safer, more prosperous, more inclusive, and more peaceful world, but also a more sustainable one. Canada will be defined not by the strength of our values, but by the value of our strength. We know that no country can meet today's challenges alone. As former UN Secretary General Kofi Annan once said, in an era of global challenges, the world needs multilateralism now more than ever. No nation can solve its problems alone. This is the spirit of Canada, and Canadians are rising to the challenge. We will work toward a world where prosperity is shared, security is collective, and peace is lasting. This is Canada's pledge in this era of geopolitical challenge and change. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Miigwech.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Canada. I now give the floor to His Excellency Javier Bo Soto, Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Honduras.
Madam President of the General Assembly, Secretary General of the United Nations, Heads of State and of Government, Ambassadors, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I address you today on behalf of the Government of the Republic of Honduras and on behalf of President Iris Xiomara Castro Sarmiento, the first woman to lead the destiny of our nation, who recognizes the historic meaning of this General Assembly, which commemorates 80 years since the establishment of the United Nations. 8 decades have elapsed since humanity, in the wake of the horror of 2 world wars, decided to build a new legal, moral and political framework to preserve peace, protect fundamental rights, and build equal development between peoples. Today, in 2025, we need urgently to see if this foundational promise has been fulfilled, or, worse, if there is the risk of it being meaningless, given the unprecedented challenges of the 21st century. Madam President, the world is not peaceful. The genocide in Gaza, the devastation in Ukraine, persistent violent crises, particularly in the Middle East, Africa and Haiti, the dangerous weapons business of global capitalism, all show the failure of the multilateral system to fulfill its essential mandate to achieve peace, to prevent barbarism, to stop the progression of the nuclear race, which major powers are engaged in and which could be the apocalypse of humanity. We categorically reject the fact that the most important decisions on peace and security throughout the world are hoarded in the hands of 5 permanent members of the Security Council. Their veto power, which has become an anachronistic privilege, has paralyzed collective action and the calls for peace in different parts of the world, and has allowed those committing war crimes to enjoy impunity. The UN cannot remain a hostage to special interests, nor can it be idly complicit in the face of the destruction of entire peoples. It is morally unacceptable that while billions of dollars are spent on weapons, budgets for peacekeeping operations, humanitarian aid, and sustainable development are being slashed. How can it be justified that the voice of 193 states who are present in this General Assembly and who are in favor of peace, to put an end to the different power blocks, can be cancelled out by one vote? We cannot continue to sustain a global order founded on privilege and inequality that leads to suffering for millions of poor people throughout the world. If we want the UN to survive as a guarantor of peace, and not as an impotent bystander, we urgently need to reform its foundational charter. That is why Honduras joins the clamor of the Global South, demanding that the UN Charter be structurally changed to democratize the Security Council so that it once again has legitimacy, effectiveness, and justice for the nations of the world. To be clear, we are proposing the following. First of all, to broaden the composition of permanent members and non-permanent members, ensuring equitable regional representation therein. Secondly, we need to get rid of the veto, particularly when peace is looked for. And we need to ensure that this is particularly the case where there is genocide, war crimes, and widespread violations of human rights. Thirdly, we need to beef up the role of the General Assembly, providing the Assembly with more power, more binding power, in decisions pertaining to peace, security, and development. And finally, we need to open decision-making fora for women, indigenous peoples, youth, and diasporas, whose voice continues to be marginalized. Honduras is not accepting any more excuses. We will not remain silent in the face of injustice. The norms of the international order cannot continue to be defined by the logic of war, the hegemony of capital, or strategic workings of the most powerful. It must reflect the universal desire of people to live in peace, democracy, with dignity and freedom. Ladies and gentlemen, in Honduras we have embraced these principles. In these 3.5 years of democratic government, led by President Xiomara Castro Sarmiento, we have taken decisive steps forward to give our nation dignity once again by restructuring our institutions, recovering our independence, our people's sovereignty, and upholding people's civil, political, and environmental rights. 12 years and 7 months on since the coup d'etat against the democratic president Manuel Zelaya in Honduras, back then, a drug dictatorship was installed, whose head, Juan Orlando Hernandez, was convicted in New York and sentenced to 45 years imprisonment for being part of a drug trafficking cartel to traffic drugs towards the United States. Public-private corruption, violence, and institutional deterioration were the instruments used by the Honduran oligarchy to continue exploiting our natural resources and our entire people. Our government has begun the process to recover from this episode by carrying out root and branch changes, focusing on the well-being of the majorities who were sacrificed by the drug dictatorship and historically excluded by the neoliberal economic model. This recovery has meant putting people's lives above business and putting education and health above privilege. Our progress has been clear. Poverty, which was 73% in 2021, has come down to 63% in 2024. And extreme poverty has been reduced from 54% to 40%. This means that more than 1 million people in Honduras have been lifted out of poverty in these 3 years. Inequality has also been reduced by almost 6 points on the Gini index. This is double what the previous government had achieved. In addition to this, the income of the 20% poorest, who had been sacrificed as a result of the looting and the indebtedness that had been carried out by the previous government, in contrast to this, in the administration of the democratic socialism of Xiomara Castro that we now have, these people have seen their income increase by 150%, and they now have access to health, sports, security, education, roads, agriculture, and energy provided free of charge. In terms of security, Honduras ended 2024 with a homicide rate of 26 for each 100,000 inhabitants. This is the lowest rate in 20 years. In the anti-corruption fight, we have opened our public finances to scrutiny from social audits. We have got rid of corrupt trust funds, and we have recovered our public goods. The tax justice law sent to the National Congress is part of our progressive tax reform, which aims to redistribute wealth for education, health, agriculture, and social protection, and it eliminates privileges given to the most powerful 25 economic groups and 10 families who monopolize 80% of the country's GDP and enjoyed generous tax breaks. In terms of gender, we have improved gender equality in decision-making. Our cabinet has equal representation of women and men, and we also have programs that have been rolled out to eradicate gender-based violence. Distinguished delegates, Honduras is striving to recover its forests. We have a zero deforestation program to 2030. In this effort, we have established 3 military battalions to protect our forests. Honduras is one of the countries that it suffers most as a result of climate change, even though we are one of the countries that contributes the least to global pollution. Droughts, devastating storms, a loss of biodiversity, and forced displacements are all open wounds that we have not caused, but which we are nevertheless paying with our lives and with our future. This is a struggle that we cannot carry out alone. Similarly, we reject the way in which migration is being criminalized, with harsher laws and more militarized borders. This road resolves nothing. It only perpetuates tragedy. It multiplies suffering, and it denies the fact that there is shared international responsibility to address a human and global phenomenon. People migrate as a result of unequal systems that have failed them for years, not because of their own choice. Criminalizing them means punishing them twice, first to poverty and then to exile. Colleagues, our foreign policy is based on our unwavering respect for sovereignty, the self-determination of people, and human rights. That is why we denounce the illegal unilateral sanctions that throttle economies and condemn people to misery. These measures, such as those imposed against Cuba for decades now, must cease immediately. We unreservedly condemn all forms of foreign occupation and threats of military interference in our hemisphere. They are totally unacceptable. Measures such as these mean denying people's rights to live in free sovereign states. This right is inalienable, and its recognition cannot continue to be postponed or manipulated. No rhetorical justification can legitimize the violation of sovereignty or the subjugation of nations. That is why today, before this General Assembly, we repeat our recognition of the State of Palestine, in line with our historic commitment and with our unwavering stance in favor of peace, security, and the coexistence of 2 states in the Middle East. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, this November, Honduras will hold general elections, which will be transparent, inclusive, and democratic. The government of President Xiomara Castro will ensure the free participation of all political sectors, respect for public freedoms, and the presence of regional and international electoral observation missions. Madam President, the United Nations must dare to change so as not to be a relic of the past, but rather the voice of the future. 80 years since its establishment, it is not enough to commemorate the past. It is now time to open fora for dialogue and hope for a better tomorrow that is still possible. Thank you very much.
I thank the Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Honduras. I now give the floor to His Excellency Edouard Bizimana, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Regional Integration and Development Cooperation of Burundi.
Monsieur le Président,
President, Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I am taking the floor today on behalf of the President of the Republic of Burundi, His Excellency Evariste Ndayishimiye, who bestowed upon me the honour of representing him at this assembly and to share the views of Burundi. Today, as we mark the 80th anniversary of our organisation, something that we're celebrating under the theme of Better Together, 80 years and more for peace, development and human rights. Allow me, first of all, to warmly congratulate Ms. Annalena Baerbock for her outstanding election to preside over the 80th session of the General Assembly. And I assure her that she has the support of Burundi. I'd also like to take this opportunity to pay a well-deserved tribute to your predecessor, my brother Philemon Yang, and pay tribute to his admirable personal and professional qualities, and thank him for the exceptionally professional way in which he presided over the 79th session, which we have just successfully concluded. Finally, I would like to commend the courage of Mr. Antonio Guterres, who, for as long as he's been Secretary General of our organisation, has always advocated for the reform of the UN system to make it more effective and more credible. He also has the support and encouragements of Burundi. 80 years ago, the United Nations was born to a world ravaged by war. Its main mission was to preserve peace and foster cooperation between states and promote human rights. However, given what's happening today in some parts of the world, we should really be asking ourselves if the UN is still on this trajectory. Today, as we're marking this anniversary, I'm honoured to reaffirm Burundi's commitment to these founding ideals. The same ideals that have guided the UN's Charter since 1945. That shows the importance of the theme that is bringing us together this year. Far from being simply a slogan, it throws back to a historic need, a moral commitment, and indeed the only path towards a shared future. Indeed, as long as it has existed, the UN has made a great contribution to maintaining peace. It has supported ways of decolonisation. It has promoted international law, as well as the universality of human rights. It has fostered cooperation between nations and inspired generations of leaders and people. Burundi, which was once a beneficiary of this international solidarity, today is actively contributing to it, whether this be through peacekeeping troops, diplomatic engagement, or indeed using its voice within multilateral fora. Also, Burundi is a real-life example of resilience and of the return of peace. Our nation has gone through very difficult moments, but through and thanks to the will of its people and its strengthened institutions, Burundi was able to turn the page on conflict and choose instead the path of reconciliation, stability and mutual respect. We created national transitional justice mechanisms with a Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which is painstakingly and courageously continuing its work so that future generations will be able to build on solid foundations without hatred or a spirit or any search for vengeance. As a part of our candidate to be a Human Rights Council, we will stand against any politicization of human rights. Thus, we denounce special mechanisms which are sometimes imposed on some countries, including Burundi, for rather subjective reasons. This is why I reiterate Burundi's request to withdraw the initiative to extend for the mandate of the famous human rights special rapporteur on human rights in my country, who for 10 years has been publishing subjective and biased reports on Burundi, as if Burundi and indeed time had stood still over the last 10 years. In Burundi, President, we have undertaken significant efforts to strengthen the rule of law, fight impunity, and promote civil, political, economic, social and cultural rights. Notable progress has been recognised by several partners, bilateral and multilateral partners, that is, as is shown by our constructive cooperation with multilateral partners. However, the Special Rapporteur seems to not have noticed this progress. But, as we all know, peace is only sustainable if development is there too. That's why Burundi has resolutely committed to implement the SDGs, paying particular attention to agriculture in order to create real food security. We're also focusing on education for all, health care, energy, the empowerment of women and young people, and environmental protection and other areas. This is the spirit that inspired our vision for Burundi with an emerging economy by 2040 and a developed economy by 2060. This vision is fully in line with the SDGs, and it shows our will to build a future where every citizen can prosper and actively contribute to the sustainable development of their country. President, ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate 8 decades of our shared organisation, we cannot close our eyes and turn our back on the tension, ongoing or latent conflicts, the horrors that we're seeing in Gaza, in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, in Sudan, in the Sahel, and in many other areas of the planet. The violence that we've been seeing recently, particularly the indifference and the cynicism that seem to be accompanying it, have reached such heights that we can't help but wonder where our humanity, where our empathy, where our sense of duty have gone. What happened to our commitment to cooperate for a better world? We need to have a heart of stone to remain indifferent to the suffering of the people in the DRC and in Gaza. When faced with this situation, Burundi believes that only a renewed and fair multilateralism can provide lasting responses to the many crises that we're facing. Geopolitical manoeuvring calculations based on indifference, inaction, or on double standards or on egotism are dragging us into the abyss. This is why Burundi is appealing for peace. But for real peace. Not a peace that is selective, nor one that is subject to egotistical, self-serving interests. The peace that Burundi wants to see is a peace that's based on international law, on dialogue, and the respect of state sovereignty. President, neither peace nor human rights can prosper without social justice and without equality between nations. This is why Burundi stands side by side with its African partners and advocates for more just representation of Africa within decision-making bodies, particularly the Security Council. This is a condition for its legitimacy and effectiveness. How can an entire continent that has made such a contribution to the life and efforts of the UN be ignored in this way? Africa remains the only continent that for 80 years now has not had a permanent seat at the Security Council. In this connection, Burundi welcomes the ambitious UN 80 initiative, the initiative that seeks to strengthen effectiveness, coherence and relevance of the UN system. We share the conviction that 80 years after its creation, our organization needs audacious and lucid modernization. However, we wish to underscore the concerns expressed by numerous countries in the global south, particularly countries in Africa. It is crucial that this reform be member state-led, guided by a spirit of equal geographical representation, transparency, multilingualism, and the respect for regional priorities. Development, social and economic rights, the fight against inequality, climate action, and international solidarity must never be sidelined in the name of streamlining. A more effective UN, yes. A UN that's just reduced to budgets and technocratic work, no. Moreover, no reform of the UN system would overcome the question of political governance. We'd recall that the Security Council reform has been worked on for decades. It now is a question of justice. Africa has a united voice on this issue in the Eswatini consensus, is demanding that the historic injustice be corrected so that Africa can be fairly represented in decision-making bodies. It's not a favour, but it is a right, if we want the UN to remain loyal to itself. In summary, Burundi is supporting ambitious reform, but as long as it is inclusive, just, balanced, and focused on the real needs of people, rather than being a reform that's fashioned by external priorities. President, as we work to reform multilateralism, guided by justice, dialogue, and truth, the recognition of historic injustice should be the bedrock upon which we build lasting peace. This is why Burundi would like to reaffirm the importance of the recognition of the genocide committed against the Hutu of Burundi in 1972. This is a question that's already been brought to the attention of this UN General Assembly during the 79th session. The memory, truth, and reconciliation are powerful tools to rebuild society and to build peace. Silence cannot be an option when we're talking about restoring the dignity of victims and preventing from tragedies of the past from happening again. Thus, Burundi would humbly request the support of all UN member states and support for the recognition of this genocide. Before I conclude, President, I wish to reaffirm Burundi's will and its appeal to walk together towards a common future. This 80th session is a lot more than simply an anniversary. It's an appeal. We're at a crossroads, and the 80th session of our General Assembly must be a time for a moral awakening, solidarity, and for us to remember our shared humanity. The UN of tomorrow must be one that represents equity, justice, and action. It must reflect the realities of our world today to ensure that all voices are heard so that we can build lasting peace for present and future generations, as stipulated in the preamble of the UN Charter. Burundi is ready to continue to make its active contribution to establishing and maintaining peace, to consolidating the values of fair and inclusive development, as well as solidarity, mutual respect, and peaceful coexistence. Because yes, it is together and better together we'll be able to preserve peace, guarantee human rights, and ensure a dignified future for our children. It is a question of the credibility and the reputation of our shared organisation. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Regional Integration and Development Cooperation of Burundi. I now give the floor to His Excellency Ahmed Attaf, Minister of State, Minister for Foreign Affairs, National Community Abroad, and African Affairs of Algeria.
Bismillah. In the name of God, most compassionate, most merciful, Your Excellency, Mr. President, our United Nations organization celebrates its 80th year. And Algeria, together with the UN, celebrates the 7th decade of enlisting the issue of Algerian liberation on the program of this assembly. We celebrate these two memories in a global reality that is extremely turbulent and intricate. It is an international reality where conflicts have accumulated while settlements are absent, a reality where technological revolutions have proliferated while the development gap has expanded between the North and the South. A reality where instruments and treaties and commitments are abundant while implementation and commitment to their letter and spirit are scarce. In this complex situation, our organization is incapable and voiceless and marginalized. Its enshrined principles are violated, and its adopted resolutions are not implemented. Multilateralism that has been established by the United Nations is being manipulated by unilateral action and self-serving conflicts. The responsibility is entirely upon us, the member states, to restore respect for international law and to restore effectiveness to multilateralism. And we are similarly responsible for empowering the United Nations to restore its status as the beating heart of the international system based on the rule of law. The memory of establishing our United Nations must lead us to reflect on the most important issue on its agenda, which is the question of Palestine. The age of this question of Palestine is as old as the United Nations organization, and the legal essence of this issue takes root in the principles of the UN Charter. And the history of this issue is preserved in more than 1,000 resolutions who have recorded its essence and its legitimacy for more or through more than 900 resolutions adopted by the General Assembly and close to 100 resolutions adopted by the Security Council. The question of Palestine faces the greatest threat ever today, which is the threat of erasure through annexation and displacement, as well as through suffocating the legitimate institutions that represent the Palestinian question, and that may also eliminate the two-state solution that has been the consensus on the issue. The threat is not limited to Palestine. After the Israeli occupation is now loud and proud in its intention to revive what it calls Greater Israel. This situation makes it incumbent on the international community as a whole to uphold the responsibilities. We are responsible to take action so that the seal of our 8th decade be the seal of Palestinian pain, catastrophes, and tragedies. It is the responsibility to work in order to prevent Palestinian neighbors, in particular Lebanon, Syria, Egypt, and Jordan, the horrors of what Greater Israel promises. It is the responsibility to seek to preserve the two-state solution and to build a Palestinian state that is sovereign and independent on the borders of 1967 with East Jerusalem as its capital, as a just and lasting settlement for the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. We appreciate the increasing recognition of the state of Palestine, and we also reiterate the call launched by our President Abdelmajid Tebboune to empower the state of Palestine with a full-fledged membership in the United Nations. The entire world must realize that the establishment of the state of Palestine is not a choice, but a necessity. And it's not a favor, but a right, an integral right of the Palestinian people. It's not a hope, but a necessary condition that is indispensable and that cannot be evaded in order to restore security and stability in the Middle East as a whole. Accordingly, Algeria follows with great concern the ongoing negotiations under the auspices of the United States of America in order to end the tragedy in Gaza. Algeria encourages these efforts and hopes they will lead to an end to the Nakba, the catastrophe in Gaza, on the road, as a step on the road to a final settlement to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. The passage of time, no matter how long, cannot defeat the will of a people or the essence of their legitimate causes. "62 years have passed since the General Assembly has added the Western Sahara to the list of territories whose people are claiming an end to colonization, and 50 years since the Security Council has adopted the first resolution on the Western Sahara, and 34 years since the deployment of the UN mission for the referendum in the Western Sahara, the MINURSO. Time may prolong the accomplishment of justice, but it does not cancel justice or the legitimacy of a cause. This august forum is or bears witness to this through supporting the people of the Western Sahara. The Western Sahara remains an issue of decolonization. The Sahrawi people remain deserving and entitled to their inalienable right of self-determination. The imposed reality in the Sahrawi land remains an occupation as per international law and the firm doctrine of the United Nations. The solution to this issue, in our opinion, must be based on 5 elements. 1, that the solution take place under the permanent auspices of the United Nations. 2nd, that the solution be based on direct negotiations between the parties, the Kingdom of Morocco and the Polisario Front. 3rd, that this solution be a result of the formulation of the parties and not imposed by any single party or any other party. 4th, that this solution be aligned with UN principles on decolonization and on achieving justice for people under colonization. And 5th, and finally, that the solution leads to empowering the Sahrawi people of exercising their right to self-determination as per UN resolutions. Also, in the direct neighborhood of my country, the Libyan crisis deepens and complicates further day by day. While the international community is losing interest in Libya, and while any practical prospects for a peaceful settlement is absent. "14 years after the start of the crisis, this sisterly nation remains trapped in divisions that are fueled and invested by foreign interventions, as per plots that do not desire the best for Libya or desire Libya's stability or security. If the matter was left to the Libyans alone, they would have reached an end to their divisions by now and would have charted a path forward that ends the crisis a long time ago. It is high time to end the foreign interventions in Libya in order for the resilient Libyan people to heal and reunite. Only then we would have paved the road to a consensus leading to a settlement and elections by which the Libyans would choose their representatives. Representatives who are loyal to the Libyan nation and the Libyan people. As for the Sahel region, Algeria reiterates its full commitment to the security and stability of our neighbors and to building the best and strongest relations and most mutually beneficial with our sisters and neighbors in the region. I note here that for the second year in a row, a member of the coup regime dares from Mali through this rostrum to attack Algeria. It is the height of rudeness and vulgarity by which this failed poet has spoken, and this coup plotter. It is only the illusion of a soldier and lowly conduct that does not deserve anything but condescendence, and it only inspires disgust. And allow me to repeat this last statement in French.
The depth of perfidy, vulgarity, and coarseness reached by this false poet, but genuine coup plotter, are nothing more than brutish verbiage. His gutter talk deserves only scorn and inspires only disgust. I repeat, once again, the depth of perfidy, vulgarity, and coarseness reached by this false poet, but genuine coup plotter, are nothing more than brutish verbiage. His gutter talk deserves only scorn and inspires only disgust.
Instead of excelling in blaming others and distracting from one's own failures, we would have hoped that coarse soldier and his likes had excelled at other disciplines that are more noble and more beneficial for Mali, such as restoring security and stability in their country, or the skill of improving the living standards of the people in Mali, and finally, the skill of empowering Mali with a governance that is befitting to its legacy and great history, a governance of competence and integrity, and that is loyal. The Republic of Mali deserves better than those coup plotters and conspirators. Algeria fully understands that this sisterly nation cannot be reduced to a few that do not aspire to a better future for their country and only see a future of overpowering the people. The Algerian hand remains extended, and our efforts continue, and our patience will not run out in order to prioritize the historical ties that connect us to the people of Mali. Our ties will not be shaken by these accidental leaders. In the wider context of Africa, Algeria reiterates and recommits to its role in joint African efforts, in particular as Africa stands at a crossroads today. It is a critical juncture where on a juncture facing challenges on one side and opportunities on the other. The African reality makes it urgent to address the conflicts and crises that have not spared any part of the continent. Our continent is more vulnerable to the scourge of terrorism today, and the African reality makes it urgent to seize the opportunities to achieve integration and cooperation, including through the African Continental Trade Zone, and working together for the betterment of our people. And the reality also requires the need to end decades of marginalization. The marginalization that our continent suffers in the different centers of decision-making in the world, starting with the Security Council and the World Bank and the IMF, as well as the World Trade Organization. In light of this reality, it is highly concerning that peacekeeping missions in Africa be targeted by a package of restrictions that limit missions' ability to carry out their mandates in the name of cross-cutting, rather cost-cutting. Peacekeeping missions are the most prominent and essential manifestation of international commitment to security and stability in the African continent. Undermining the missions means undermining this essence and commitment to the collective security on which this organization is based. In the Euro-Mediterranean, Algeria continues upholding its responsibility as a constructive partner and as a reliable partner that is fully engaged in all the efforts that aim to achieve security and prosperity in this shared Mediterranean space. The most pressing challenge in the Mediterranean, represented in the trilogy of security, development, and illegal migration, requires the countries of the North Coast and the countries of the South Coast to adopt a comprehensive and inclusive approach that we hope will be the heart of what we call the new era for the Mediterranean. An approach that will restore to Euro-Mediterranean relations the balance in substance and in form. An approach that will make economic development on the southern front a shared priority in a strategic and urgent manner, and that will restore the balance of roles so that the countries of the north be a driver for growth and development within a balanced partnership based on investment and technology transfer and expanding the prospects of shared prosperity. For 2 years, Algeria has been privileged and has enjoyed the confidence of this General Assembly through its election as a non-permanent member in the Security Council. Here we are today, about to end this tenure, and we are hopeful that we have lived up to your confidence and have been loyal to the trust that you have granted us. The President of the Republic, Mr. Abdel Majid Tebboune, desired for Algeria's membership in the UN Security Council to be a membership of loyalty to the principles and purposes of the United Nations Charter, a loyalty to Algerians' Arab and African belonging, and loyalty to Algeria's identity and its history of struggle for freedom.
وبناء على ذلك.
Accordingly, we have pursued with all our effort and sincerity to translate these commitments to actions through coordination with our African brothers and sisters within the A3 group and through cooperation with our partners within the wider group of the elected 10 members, and as well as through consulting all relevant actors of brotherly and sisterly nations and friendly nations outside the Security Council. We have attempted and exerted our utmost, where we have been successful at times and at other times have not achieved our desired goals. However, we have not surrendered and have never taken for granted a status quo. In our consolation is that Security Council's inability to address a lot of critical issues, at the forefront of which is the issue of Gaza, this incapacity did not silence the international conscience that is loudly heard in the overwhelming majority of the member states in the Security Council and in this UN General Assembly. The international conscience remains alive and alert through this overwhelming majority, and therefore Algeria is certain that hope remains alive for a better future for our United Nations, a better future for the international community, and a better future for the whole of humanity. Thank you all, and thank you, Madam President.
I thank the Minister of State, Minister of Foreign Affairs, National Community Abroad and African Affairs of Algeria. I now give the floor to His Excellency Denis Ronaldo Moncada Colindres, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Nicaragua.
Señor Presidente,
President, once again, we address you from this rostrum, which claims to represent the people and government of the entire world. Here, as always, we bring the affectionate greetings of our heroic Nicaraguan people, who, as we know and as we say, understand battles, honor, and the glory of defending our principles and values, our sovereign dignity, our rights, and in particular, the sacred right to be free, and thus to choose our own cultural, social, economic, and political model, to make progress in the fight against poverty, faced with all the challenges of these difficult moments in the history of humanity. We stand here once again, proud of our brothers and sisters, our links with other combative, decent peoples, as are all the peoples of the world, peoples and families whom we defend, protect, and sustain in all of our prerogatives and beliefs, in all the cultures and practices that the colonialists and imperialists of the world have tried to attack and which they have tried to steal from us without being successful in that effort. And we know that they will not ever be successful in that effort. At this critical juncture, the dilemma is repeated, the eternal duality, the never resolved conflict between peace and war, between life and death, between the supremacist attempt to annihilate, subjugate, and appropriate our cultures, and our duty to defend our spiritual, social, and material heritage. These are the times that define us. Either we're in favor of peace and life, or we are cowardly promoters of war, misery, and death. For Nicaragua, blessed and always dignified, sovereign, forever free, there is no choice. We are life, health, strength, and steadfastness. In proud and undefeated hope, we are light and truth, as our immortal General Sandino said, and we are also inspired conscience and courage, willing to serve the superior causes of humanity, the supreme good of all, concord, understanding, sensitivity, fraternity, coexistence and cooperation among all people, in order to share the goods that belong to everyone. The future is made of the glory of our people, who know that fighting and overcoming are synonyms, that struggle is the highest of all songs, and that to fight means creating the victories necessary for the common good. The human family demands respect and peace. The human family demands solidarity, inspired encounters between beings who are equal in every way, and who are also complementary in every way. The human family demands respect for all of those agreements that were made 80 years ago, when the United Nations was established, in order to stop wars and to build lasting peace and justice, the treasure and patrimony of all human beings. The human family hopes, trusts, proposes, and at the same time insists on and demands union to reach the fullness of intelligence, serenity, wisdom, calm, and humility, indispensable to build and no longer to destroy. We are referring to all the issues that are priorities in our time: climate justice, compensation and reparations to those who have endured and suffered the misfortunes and evils brought about by selfishness and the greed of colonialism, imperialism, racism, and all of the abominable, disgraceful forms of oppression, discrimination, slavery, and denial of our condition and quality as human beings. As peoples aggrieved by xenophobic discrimination and barbarism, we hereby denounce the plundering and looting of what is ours. We denounce the brutality and complete lack of compassion with which we have been and are still treated by countries whose wealth is built on looting our wealth. Together with all peoples of the world, we condemn categorically the hateful, execrable policies of criminal economic blockade, aggression through coercive, arbitrary, unilateral measures, as well as the terrible migration policies which ignore human rights, which violate human rights, and are a reflection and a mirror of the selfishness and contempt of those who believe that they own the world. Here we categorically condemn once again all of the savage, atrocious, incomprehensible outrages at this stage of life that the imperialist powers deploy through their economic, cultural, and trade policies, seeking to continue dominating us and grossly trying to intimidate us with their foolish armaments and ostentatious military designs directed against peace in Asia, Africa, and our Latin American Caribbean. We denounce the inhumane policies against all of us in all domains: migration and exclusion. We denounce and condemn the unforgivable and unjustifiable insults and threats, the unacceptable state terrorism, these crimes against humanity shamelessly on display, as if they were the superior prerogative of the imperialists of our earth. We denounce and categorically condemn all the insulting aggression, verbal, political, economic, and trade aggressions, along with the bellicose rhetoric, which are also crimes against humanity, crimes against security, tranquility, justice, and peace. These are the supreme assets of our peoples, which they cannot and must not abuse or take away. As revolutionary brothers and sisters in the greater patriotic nation, sons and daughters of the great heroes and heroines of our America, protagonists of victorious revolutions, we once again reiterate our unequivocal solidarity with Cuba and Venezuela. Nicaragua and the Sandinista Popular Revolution fully identify with the battles and indispensable victories that we are building in these lands of freedom, dignity, and sovereignty. They shall know that we will not sell out or surrender, never. We also hereby denounce the human insecurity caused by the illicit use of implausible pretexts and fallacious, false, outlandish accusations which are merely yet more interference along with the threats of yet more invasions and occupations. We denounce and condemn the absurd manipulations with demented, far-fetched accusations, using the pretext of drug trafficking, which is a plague and trade of rich countries, where millions of consumers live, those powerful countries that encourage impoverished people to engage in more production and trade of such substances, trafficking only wretchedness. We denounce hunger as a weapon of domination, abandonment, malnutrition, and disease. The unseemly, insulting, and immoral treatment of families, women, young people, children, the elderly, who are increasingly seen as a hindrance and banished from life, promoting new kinds of extermination. We reiterate our historical and permanent condemnation of the genocide, the barbaric policy of denial of the Palestinian people. We condemn all the savage, brutal massacres that are perpetrated and spreading in clear view with the complacency of the entire world. We condemn the state of Israel, just as we have condemned and do condemn the policies and practices of the other colonial, imperial, neo-colonial, and fascist powers. We condemn, therefore, the exile of goodness and all the attacks on life, freedom, coexistence, and civilization that we thought we had built. We demand more policies and programs for security, health, education, for a dignified life, water, housing, technologies, tranquil community life, employment and progress within the reach of everyone, for the good of everyone. On the 80th anniversary of the founding of the United Nations, let us promote more and more coherence of human consciousness. We must continue to raise our voices, joining hands and hearts, crying out and fighting, demanding and striving, so that this stage of life on this planet that we share ceases to be marked by death in all of its forms, by the kidnapping of intelligence and soul, so as to become instead inspiration, encouragement, and the strength of hope. We all need to work in sustainable, capable, ingenious, and creative union. We all need to keep making our way. We need to be committed and steadfast to build unity, building brotherhood and sisterhood, affinity and unity, which is the true strength, fulfilling the always further on, which as a deep spiritual currency should be a daily anthem for each person, for everyone. On the 80th anniversary of the United Nations, we all need to change the paradigm. We need to change attitudes. We need to change our behavior. We need to be truly human, to stop repeating the past without results. Unity, along with brotherhood and sisterhood, should be the path that we all take together, with courage and pride, so that we continue to create this other world, which is already taking shape. It must become a new dawn. Poverty, violence, and arrogance are ignorance. To love is to fight, to strive, to fight and to fight on, to overcome, overcome, and overcome. A patriotic nation and dignity, a patriotic nation and humanity. Thank you for your attention.
Muchas gracias. I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Nicaragua. I now give the floor to His Excellency Archbishop Paul Richard Gallagher, Secretary for Relations with States of the Holy See.
Mr. President, I am pleased to convey the warm greetings and blessings of Pope Leo XIV to you and the representatives of the nations gathered here, and to congratulate you on your election to lead this assembly. At the outset, I would like to thank this General Assembly for the tribute paid to Pope Francis following his demise last April. As you may all know, when Pope Leo XIV was elected, his first words to the world were, "Peace be with you all." A peace that is unarmed and disarming, humble and persevering. In a word torn by wars and conflicts, he made peace to be his first message. Mr. President, the theme chosen for this year's general debate, Better Together, 80 years and more for peace, development and human rights, highlights the ongoing importance of multilateral cooperation in addressing global issues. This is particularly pertinent this year as the international community commemorates the establishment of the United Nations in 1945. It is an opportune moment to reaffirm the organization's core values of fostering international peace, development, and universal human rights, values that are all the more important in an increasingly fragmented world. It is crucial for the international community to take collective action to prevent and end conflicts, combat poverty, and advance human rights solemnly declared in the 1948 Universal Declaration, and one of the most important achievements of this organization. It is important to remember that isolationism leads to unpredictable instability, whereas unity fosters responsible resilience and shared progress. This is strikingly evident in the current circumstances, where escalating geopolitical tensions, a raging climate crisis, widening inequalities, and rising poverty demand renewed global solidarity. The United Nations must adapt itself to a transformed world and maintain its effectiveness in the face of emerging threats such as environmental degradation and technological disruption, which no single country can tackle alone. As representatives of all the nations of the globe, we are united by our shared humanity, created in the image and likeness of God, called to live in fraternity, solidarity, and mutual respect. In a world grappling with mounting challenges, it is necessary to recommit to the foundational pillars of peace, justice, and truth. It is imperative to explore and build on these pillars while drawing lessons from history to forge a more equitable future. Mr. President, of the many crises currently affecting the international community, the war in Ukraine is one of the most profound and painful. Its prolonged existence is turning once vibrant cities into piles of rubble and extinguishing the smiles of children who should be growing up playing games instead of living amid the constant sound of sirens and in shelters. This war must end now. The Holy See renews the appeal made by Pope Leo XIV for an immediate ceasefire, which will pave the way for sincere and courageous dialogue. The Holy See is paying close attention to the situation in the Middle East with a view to achieving a just and lasting peace between Israel and Palestine based on a two-state solution in accordance with international law and all relevant United Nations resolutions. Pope Leo XIV implored that all the hostages be freed, that a permanent ceasefire be reached, that the safe entry of humanitarian aid be facilitated, and that humanitarian law be fully respected, especially the obligations to protect civilians as well as prohibitions of collective punishment, indiscriminate use of force, and the forced displacement of the population. Moreover, an equitable solution to the issue of Jerusalem based on international resolutions is essential for achieving a just and permanent peace. Any unilateral decision or action which alters the special status of Jerusalem and the status quo is morally and legally unacceptable. With regard to Syria, the Holy See supports the importance of a peaceful and just transition in the country, as well as the protection of the rights of Syrians of all ethnic and religious backgrounds without discrimination. The instability afflicting many African states generates profound and interconnected challenges. In this scenario, the Sahel, Cabo Delgado, and some areas of the Horn of Africa emerge as zones of instability. In fact, the jihadist threat, endemic poverty, illicit trafficking, the climate crisis, and internal conflicts converge in a spiral that puts the lives of millions of people at risk, despite the efforts of local governments. In the face of these challenges, the resilience of African communities, especially young people, remains an essential resource that must be supported with targeted investments in education, health, infrastructure, and inclusive governance models. More than ever, a coherent and lasting commitment by the international community is essential to support African countries on their path to stability, peace, and economic development. The deterioration of the situation in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo is a source of concern for the Holy See. The provinces of Ituri, North Kivu, and South Kivu are experiencing ethnic tensions, violence perpetrated by rebel groups, armed clashes, serious human rights violations, and disputes over the exploitation of natural resources. The Holy See welcomes the signing of the Comprehensive Peace Agreement between the DRC and the M23 armed group, as well as the peace agreement signed by the Congolese and Rwandan foreign ministers, which aims to end the decades of fighting in the east of the country. However, new waves of violence are feared. Last July, the Alliance Democratic Forces carried out a brutal terroristic attack on a church in Komanda, Ituri, resulting in the death of more than 40 worshippers. The withdrawal of MONUSCO raises questions about its ability to fulfill its mandate and address ongoing challenges. It is essential to strengthen the support of the international community and diplomatic and political mediation efforts to ensure that the parties fulfill their commitments and find a stable and appropriate solution to the ongoing situation. The fratricidal conflict in Sudan is also a source of grave concern. The Holy See strongly renews its appeal for an immediate cessation of hostilities and the commencement of genuine negotiations, the only means by which all Sudanese people can forge a future of peace and reconciliation. The Holy See is monitoring developments in South Sudan closely and is calling on all political actors to commit to the path of dialogue and collaboration and to implement the 2018 peace agreement with sincerity and responsibility as the foundation for building a peaceful and just coexistence. In many parts of the world, particularly in Latin America, drug trafficking is corroding societies and causing extreme violence. The Holy See is deeply concerned about this complex phenomenon, which is often linked to unresolved social issues in different countries. Alongside joint efforts by states to combat drug trafficking, the Holy See emphasizes the importance of investing in human development, such as education and job creation, to prevent people from unwittingly becoming involved. The Holy See is also worried about the rising tensions in the Caribbean Sea and is calling for restraint to prevent any actions that could destabilize the coexistence between nations and undermine international law. The dramatic situation in Haiti is also being closely followed by the Holy See. The country is plagued by violence of all kinds, human trafficking, forced exile, and kidnappings. The Holy See hopes that with the necessary and concrete support of the international community, the social and institutional conditions can be created to enable Haitians to progress towards peace and security. The Holy See is paying close attention to the situation in Nicaragua and hopes that religious freedom and other fundamental rights of individuals and society will be adequately guaranteed. The Holy See reiterates the need for sincere, respectful, and constructive engagement in dialogue aimed at finding solutions that will foster peace and harmony in the country. Turning to Southeast Asia, numerous situations of instability and conflict are further exacerbating long-standing humanitarian concerns. In Myanmar, 4.5 years of internal conflict have left the local population devastated. In this situation of enduring conflict, transnational crime is on the rise. Recent investigations suggest that there are tens, if not hundreds of thousands of trafficked individuals in these centers, located primarily along the borders between Myanmar, Thailand, China, Cambodia, and Laos. Only by the concerted efforts of the international community can transnational crime be adequately addressed. The Holy See is closely following developments in the Western Balkans, particularly in Bosnia and Herzegovina. The Balkan countries are connected to European values for historical and cultural and geographical reasons, and they aspire institutionally to integrate with states that already belong to the European Union. The Holy See maintains that the historical and current issues affecting the region can only be resolved through dialogue and collaboration. The Holy See, while acknowledging the peace agreement between Armenia and Azerbaijan signed in August, invites the two countries to continue on the path of reconciliation in order to achieve stable and lasting peace in the South Caucasus. Mr. President, on the occasion of the 80th anniversary of the United Nations, the Holy See reaffirms the enduring importance of this institution and the significant good it has accomplished across numerous fronts since its founding in 1945. The United Nations continues to be a vital forum in which all nations engage in dialogue as sovereign equals to address global challenges. There is an increasing general agreement in the international community on the need to reform this institution by rediscovering its foundation and adapting it to reflect the needs of the current era. As Pope Leo XIV affirms, this effort demands a genuine willingness to engage in dialogue inspired by the desire to communicate rather than clash. As a result, there is a need to give new life to multilateral diplomacy and to those international institutions conceived and designed primarily to remedy eventual disputes within the international community. The Holy See calls for a recommitment to the original principles enshrined in the UN Charter. It is important to resist the temptation to replace these foundational commitments with new ideas or programs that risk diluting the UN's mission. Central to this mission is striking a balance between the four pillars of the United Nations, promoting of human rights, maintaining international peace and security, achieving sustainable development, and upholding rule of law. The rule of law in particular is the sine qua non of a just international order, providing the foundation for all other efforts. This anniversary provides an opportunity to reinforce the United Nations position as a beacon of hope and a force for good in addressing humanity's most urgent needs.
I thank the Secretary for Relations with States of the Holy See. I now give the floor to His Excellency Kim Song-yong, Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates. First of all, I'd like to express my expectation that the 80th session of the UN General Assembly convened in the significant year of the 80th founding anniversary of the United Nations will come to excellent fruition amid extraordinary interest of the participants. Taking note of the opening address of Mr. Guterres and the UN Secretary General on September 3, I commend his assertion that the role of the UN, the one-of-a-kind podium, should be enhanced, since an individual state cannot address issues alone, and that the UN should be reformed to fit for the 21st century. As reflected in the theme of the current session, Better Together, 80 years and more for peace, development, and human rights, we are now at a crucial watershed, where we all look back on the 80-year-long history of the United Nations and chart the future. 80 years ago from now, humankind adopted the UN Charter on the debris of the disastrous war, thereby laying a cornerstone for the contemporary international relations and establishing the most inclusive international organization, the United Nations. Since its foundation, the UN has made remarkable successes in various fields, including peace and security and socio-economic development, by accelerating decolonization worldwide and leading the codification of universal norms of international law. Despite many twists and turns, it is fortunate that a new world war has not broken out. It can be said to be a desired result of the main spirit of the UN Charter to save succeeding generations from the scourge of the World War, which twice has brought untold sorrow to mankind. We cannot underestimate the role that the UN played in promoting cooperation among nations in the socio-economic fields such as poverty eradication and fight against communicable diseases, and in propelling sustainable development at a global level. However, in the annals of the UN history, disgraceful pages are also recorded, where the title of the UN, overwhelmed by high-handedness and arbitrariness of the hegemonic forces, was abused in exerting pressure to deprive sovereign states of their legitimate right to normal development, quite contrary to the spirit of the Charter. We should not feel relieved nor congratulate ourselves on the non-occurrence of the World War III for the past 80 years. Instead, we should pay due attention to the fact that the inducible threat has persisted and is now becoming more serious. We should take measures accordingly. Madam President, the international community is now witnessing the most turbulent and violent world after World War II. The modern history has recorded many incidents and events, but today the international norms and order established and consolidated along with the foundation of the UN are disregarded, and the sovereignty of states is openly violated as never before. The indiscriminate tariff war vis-à-vis the entire world has plunged the global economy as a whole into the swamp of stagnation and instability. Even the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, committed to eliminating inequality and poverty and ensuring human dignity worldwide, is denied for the reason that it does not meet the interest of an individual country. This is the stark reality. The UN has served as a multilateral forum where all countries of the world, big or small, get together and discuss common responses to global challenges on an equal footing, transcending differences in size, population, and state power. That UN is now faced with an unprecedented severe crisis. All these turbulences and pains suffered by the world are fundamentally caused by high-handedness and arbitrariness and avarice of hegemonic forces in their attempt to subject the whole world to their interests and to place their exclusive interests above the common good of mankind. Madam President, today the complicated international situation highlights the need to reconsider the role of the UN responsible for maintaining international peace and security. As the world's most universal international organization comprising all sovereign states on the globe, the UN cannot be represented by a certain individual state or a small group of states. In particular, in order to prevent arbitrariness and high-handedness of specific forces, it is imperative to expand and strengthen the representation of developing countries that take up an absolute majority of the UN membership, and to correct the Western-led inappropriate structure in the Security Council entrusted with an important mandate of maintaining international peace and security. Only when the UN puts an end to the arbitrary, high-handed, biased, and double-dealing practices in all its activities and strictly adheres to the principles of sovereign equality, non-interference in internal affairs, impartiality, and objectivity, can it restore its image as an organization with the full qualifications and capacity for realizing the purposes of the Charter. Madam President, peace and security are long-cherished desire of humanity and the first agenda of the UN. Without peace and security, we can neither attain the SDGs nor think about a good future that ensures human dignity and prosperity. However, the present objective security situation of the Korean Peninsula is faced with serious challenges more than ever. The US-ROK, US-Japan military exercises and the US-Japan-ROK trilateral military cooperation system directly targeting the DPRK rapidly evolve into a more offensive and aggressive military bloc with a nuclear element content. Meanwhile, war exercises and military buildup against our state are breaking all the previous records in terms of scale, nature, frequency, and scope. Nowhere in the world can we find such a place as the Korean Peninsula, where the world's biggest nuclear weapon state and its allied forces conduct bilateral and multilateral war exercises all the year round, and even stage real war drills simulating the use of nukes targeting a sovereign state by mobilizing massive multinational combined forces and latest strategic assets. Even a few days before the current session begins, the US and its allied forces waged nuclear war drills such as Iron Mace and Freedom Edge, aimed at mastering the procedure and methods of nuclear attacks against the DPRK and the fait accompli scenario, thus extremely straining the situation on the Korean Peninsula. Yet, even in the face of the tremendous military threat directed against the DPRK and the dangerous security landscape, roaring guns of war are silenced, and peace and security are firmly safeguarded on the Korean Peninsula. This is an undeniable reality. Thanks to our state's enhanced physical war deterrent in direct proportion to the growing threat of aggression of the US and its allies, the will of the enemy state to provoke war is thoroughly contained, and the balance of power on the Korean Peninsula is ensured. In order to permanently maintain this state of balance and ensure everlasting peace on the Korean Peninsula, we have stipulated nuclear in our Constitution as a sacred and absolute thing that can never be touched upon and tampered with. Imposition of denuclearization on the DPRK is tantamount to demanding it to surrender sovereignty and the right to existence and violate the Constitution. We will never give up sovereignty, abandon the right to existence, and violate the Constitution. Comrade Kim Jong-un, President of the State Affairs of the DPRK, made it clear at the 13th session of the 14th Supreme People's Assembly on September 21 that our party and the government would invariably and firmly safeguard without the slightest vacillation the Constitution of the DPRK and its basic law on the policy of nuclear forces, perpetuating the possession of nuclear weapons, and thoroughly guarantee the supreme interest of our state. The policy line of a Comrade President of the State Affairs represents our state law, and we will defend the state law without fear. We will never give up nuclear, which is our state law, national policy, and sovereign power, as well as the right to existence. Under any circumstances, we will never walk away from this position. Madam President, the DPRK is vigorously opening up the road to overall national prosperity on the basis of peace and security guaranteed by its powerful strength. Vigorous efforts are underway to further consolidate the driving force and potentials for development of a self-reliant national economy in the overall national economy, including industry and agriculture, and to meet the output target. As a result, the completion of the 5-year plan of national economic development set forth by the 8th Congress of the Workers' Party of Korea is definitely within reach. Notably, construction of 50,000 residential houses in Pyongyang is carried out without fail on an annual basis well ahead of schedule. Meanwhile, creatures for welfare of the people, including rural dwelling houses, large-scale greenhouses, and modern hospitals are being built grandiosely. With a view to providing all people with a fluent and civilized new life and rapidly raising the level of development of all regions within a short period of 10 years, the newly adopted policy of rural development is dynamically executed with tangible results one after another. The DPRK is confidently following the road of its own choice without any fluctuation or vacillation, even under the political turmoil worldwide. This reality is a brilliant fruition of the unshakable spirit of independence and correct leadership of the Workers' Party of Korea and the government of the DPRK. Madam President, this year, marking the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II, colorful political and cultural events have taken place in various countries commemorating the victory in the anti-fascist World War. It is an expression of the rock-firm will of the righteous international community not to tolerate the attempts to deny the result of the anti-fascist World War and national liberation struggles achieved at a tremendous sacrifice. 8 years have passed since the end of World War II. Yet, genocide and crimes against humanity that can even overshadow Hitler are now openly committed in the Middle East, much to the consternation of the world. Israel, which massacred over 60,000 Palestinian civilians in the past 2 years, is seeking to occupy the whole area of Gaza by force and completely exterminate the Palestinian population. We strongly urge Israel to stop immediately crimes against humanity and withdraw from the Gaza Strip. Likewise, we fully support the establishment of an independent state of Palestine with East Jerusalem as its capital and Palestine's full-fledged membership of the UN. Madam President, independence, peace, and friendship are the invariable external policy ideals of the DPRK. The DPRK will, as in the past, so in the future, collaborate with all countries and nations that oppose and reject aggression, intervention, domination, and subjugation, and aspire after independence and justice, irrespective of differences in ideals and systems. The DPRK will promote multifaceted exchanges and cooperation with the countries that respect and take friendly approaches towards it. Thank you.
I thank the Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. I now give the floor to His Excellency George Lucia, Chair of Delegation of Republic of Moldova.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. Yesterday, the citizens of the Republic of Moldova made their choice in the most important election in our country's history. They spoke with clarity, courage, and dignity, despite unprecedented pressure, disinformation, and interference from the Kremlin. The Moldovan people defended democracy through free and fair elections. This was not merely a political contest. It was a test of resilience, of whether a small nation can withstand relentless attempts to destabilize, divide, and erode trust in its institutions. Moldova passed this test. Our citizens, from villages to cities, and from the diaspora who traveled thousands of kilometers to cast their ballots, stood united. They refused to be intimidated or deceived. This is a victory for the entire nation, a victory for democracy, for Europe, and for freedom. The Moldovan people have given a strong mandate for our European integration. They affirmed that our future lies in the European family, in peace, prosperity, and the rule of law. The European Union has been indispensable for Moldova's progress. EU support has strengthened our economy, modernized our institutions, and helped us withstand external pressure, from energy blackmail to disinformation campaigns. Beyond assistance, Europe has provided us with a model, a community built of solidarity, justice, and the conviction that prosperity is best achieved together. We are grateful to our European and international partners who have supported Moldova's resilience and democratic transformation. Their solidarity has made it possible for our people to resist external threats and to remain on the path of reforms, reform of injustice, governance, and the fight against corruption, that are not only conditions for European integration accession, but also the foundation of our fair and accountable state. But let us be clear, this democratic choice was made against the backdrop of hybrid warfare. Interference began long before election day and will not end with it. Russia has sought to undermine Moldova's sovereignty through illicit financing, disinformation, cyber attacks, and intimidation of voters. On elections day itself, attempts were made to obstruct the diaspora vote, spread false narratives, and target electoral infrastructure. Our institutions, supported by civil society and independent media, stood guard and defended its sovereign will of our people. Yet, national resilience is not enough. The threats we face are global. Democracies everywhere are being tested by increasingly sophisticated tools designed to manipulate information, erode trust, and distort elections. That is why Moldova calls for stronger cooperation to safeguard democracies. We urge the Assembly and UN members to join forces in protecting democracies from novel threats with novel means. Moldova's commitment to democracy is inseparable from our commitment to peace. We share a 1,200 kilometers border with Ukraine, which continues to resist Russia's brutal aggression. We know how fragile is peace, and we know why Moldova can stand here today in peace, because Ukraine stands. We resolutely condemn Russia's war of aggression. We support Ukrainians' sovereignty and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders, including its territorial waters. Every missile that strikes homes and civilian infrastructure violates international law. Accountability must follow, and Moldova supports the international community's effort to document and prosecute such crimes. This war is not only against Ukraine, it is a war against Europe, against freedom, and against the international order established by the United Nations Charter. Moldova will continue to stand with Ukraine and with all those who defend peace. The Republic of Moldova is committed to an exclusively peaceful reintegration based on our sovereignty and territorial integrity within international recognized borders. We once again call for complete, unconditional, and immediate withdrawal of Russian troops and ammunition from Moldovan territory, in line with Russia's own international obligations. This withdrawal must be transparent and under international monitoring. Excellencies, Moldova's election was a national choice, but its meaning is global. It showed that democracy can prevail even under relentless pressure. Yet, democracies cannot stand alone. They need solidarity, resilience, and support. As the United Nations marks its 18th anniversary, Moldova reaffirms its commitment to the United Nations Charter. We support this organization's effort to secure peace, advance the Sustainable Development Goals, address climate change, protect human rights, and establish global norms against corruption, disinformation, and foreign interference. Distinguished delegates, the people of Moldova have chosen freedom. They have chosen Europe. They have chosen peace. We are fully aware that consolidating our democracy and advancing towards European membership will be a demanding journey that made more difficult by Russia's persistent threats. But it is a journey we are determined to pursue. With unity at home and solidarity from our partners, above all the European Union and the United Nations family, we continue to build a democratic, resilient, and prosperous Moldova, a Moldova that contributes to peace in Europe and to the work of these United Nations. I thank you.
I thank the Chair of Delegation of the Republic of Moldova. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Agnes Mary Chimbiri Mulande, Chair of Delegation of Malawi.
Madam President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to address this 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly under the theme, Better Together, 80 years and more for peace, development, and human rights. This milestone stands as a testament to the United Nations' extraordinary legacy of fostering peace, advancing sustainable development, and championing human dignity. It affirms humanity's enduring journey to build a world where every generation can flourish, where nations rise above division to resolve their differences with wisdom, and where the pursuit of justice and harmony binds us as a one global community. Malawi commits to strengthening multilateralism to ensure a prosperous, equitable, and secure world for current and future generations. Madam President, the theme, Better Together, aligns closely with Malawi's foreign policy, our blueprint for advancing national interests through economic diplomacy, protection of sovereignty, and global cooperation. Anchored in the Malawi 2063, our long-term vision, we aspire to become a self-reliant, industrialized, middle-income nation by 2063, driven by agriculture, tourism, mining, and manufacturing. Achieving this goal demands both unwavering national commitment and active engagement with the global community in a peaceful world. While sovereignty remains the cornerstone of our identity to ensure the protection of territorial integrity and natural resources, our policy equally recognizes that global collaboration is essential. In this spirit, Malawi will continue to uphold the principles of the UN Charter, promote good neighborliness, and respect the sovereign equality of all states to advance peaceful coexistence and regional, continental, and global stability. Madam President, building on our unwavering commitment to sovereignty and collaborative partnerships, the Republic of Malawi firmly acknowledges that peace and security serve as fundamental pillars for sustainable development. Guided by the principle of Ubuntu and recognizing our shared humanity, the Republic of Malawi has consistently demonstrated her dedication to international peace and contributing a significant number of troops and police personnel to various United Nations missions across the globe. The Republic of Malawi is resolute in its commitment to preventive diplomacy and actively promoting dialogue, impartiality, and effective conflict resolution as essential strategies for fostering stability. This commitment is reflected in our active engagement and unwavering support for peace initiatives led by the United Nations, African Union, and the Southern African Development Community. We believe that collaborative efforts are essential in addressing multifaceted challenges that threaten global peace and the rules-based order. Furthermore, it is important to highlight the significant strides that the Republic of Malawi has made towards promoting participation of women in peacekeeping operations. The Republic of Malawi actively prioritizes the deployment of female peacekeepers in operational roles, recognizing their unique ability to connect with and address the specific needs and experiences of women in conflict zones. This initiative not only empowers female personnel, but also enriches the overall effectiveness of our peacekeeping efforts by fostering a deeper understanding of the complexities surrounding gender issues in these environments. On that note, Madam President, I'm pleased to report that the positive outcomes of this approach are becoming increasingly evident. The inclusion of women in our peacekeeping forces has proven beneficial, not just for the missions themselves, but also for the communities we serve. Furthermore, I'm proud to say that Malawi stands among the nations that have registered significant strides towards gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls. In this regard, I would like to reiterate the government of Malawi's commitment to the promotion of women's participation in all spheres of life at the highest levels possible. We in Malawi believe that no meaningful socioeconomic progress can happen when half of the population is left behind. Our conviction to gender equality and women empowerment is driven by the recognition that women and girls are the bedrock on which social progress is based. It is for this reason that Malawi supports the proposal to consider electing a female United Nations Secretary General. At this juncture, let me express gratitude to all cooperating partners, including the United Nations, who have supported our efforts and initiatives on women empowerment, helping us to end child marriages, to reduce early pregnancies, to increase school completion rates for girls, and to ensure that increasing numbers of women participate meaningfully in our nation's affairs. Madam President, humanity's progress is inseparable from global peace and security, for true stability can only be achieved when no one is left behind. Yet we have fallen short in narrowing inequality as the gap between rich and poor nations continues to widen, and developing countries like Malawi struggle with limited fiscal space, limited technology transfer, low productivity, and limited participation in global trade. Last year, we adopted the Pact of the Future, reaffirming our collective commitment to inclusive, resilient, and sustainable global governance and development. The Republic of Malawi, therefore, calls on the international community to foster an environment that supports inclusive growth, ensuring that its benefits reach the most vulnerable. To realize this vision, we must strengthen trade and investment as engines of prosperity and harness the transformative potential of science, technology, artificial intelligence, and private sector development for national and global development. Madam President, climate change stands as the most critical existential threat of our era, with its adverse effects disproportionately impacting developing nations like Malawi. Despite contributing minimally to global greenhouse gas emissions, the Republic of Malawi endures some of the most severe consequences of climate change. The increasing frequency and intensity of severe droughts, catastrophic floods, and destructive cyclones jeopardize food security by disrupting agricultural production, displacing vulnerable communities, and threatening hard-won developmental advancements. The Republic of Malawi has lived with this reality. Erratic weather patterns threaten our agricultural backbone, pushing vulnerable communities into food insecurity and economic despair, conditions that are ripe for discord. It is therefore important that our discussion on peace must be intrinsically linked to climate resilience, sustainable agriculture, and food sovereignty. Sovereignty, just like peace, is threatened by food insecurity. We therefore call for increased investment in early warning systems, climate-smart agriculture, and social safety nets. A world that is food secure is a world more peaceful. Considering these challenges, Madam President, the Republic of Malawi urgently calls for bold and accelerated climate action that includes the full and effective implementation of the Paris Agreement. This involves not only enhanced commitments to reduce emissions, but also significant scaling up of financial resources dedicated to climate adaptation, addressing loss and damage, and ensuring equitable access to sustainable technologies. The Republic of Malawi firmly believes that only through a collective sense of responsibility and international solidarity can we protect our planet and provide a sustainable future for our generations to come. Beyond various agreements and boardroom meetings, time for action is now. We must act decisively to safeguard both our environment and the livelihoods of those most at risk. Madam President, the global community also needs to work together to address public health issues. My delegation, therefore, applauds your office for the efforts that led to the adoption of the political declaration on the prevention and control of non-communicable diseases and the promotion of mental health and well-being. No nation has been spared from the impact of these two health issues, whose causes are numerous. The response to these issues requires concerted efforts and collaboration. It is, therefore, rather disheartening that the political declaration faced many hurdles during the negotiation process. My delegation wishes to appeal for shared commitment to address the issues, and indeed all other emerging public health issues. Madam President, in this digital age, artificial intelligence presents both unprecedented opportunities and profound challenges. If harnessed responsibly, AI can accelerate development, improve health and education, and unlock economic growth. Yet, without clear governance, it risks deepening inequalities and undermining security. We therefore call for a global framework that ensures AI is ethical, inclusive, and accessible to all nations, enabling it to serve as a force for development rather than division. The Republic of Malawi is optimistic that AI will usher in a new era of enhanced productivity for its citizens, helping to propel the country's development trajectory. Madam President, let me take this opportunity to express my gratitude to your office for convening a high-level plenary meeting to commemorate the 30th anniversary of the World Programme of Action for Youth. The youth make up a large proportion of the population of Malawi and indeed in Africa. They are an indispensable force for sustainable development. They are leaders, major actors and beneficiaries of investments and creators of wealth for today and tomorrow. It is for this reason that the government of Malawi developed the 2023-2028 National Youth Policy to demonstrate its commitment to place young people at the center of the national development agenda and to undertake reforms which support effective engagement of youth in policy development, implementation, and monitoring in all sectors. Two notable areas that the Republic of Malawi has proudly championed in relation to youth and development is the Youth Peace and Security Agenda and Youth Innovation and Entrepreneurship. To that end, we are investing in education, vocational training, and meaningful political and economic participation of our youth. We have an inclusive national peace architecture that enables women and youth to participate as negotiators, mediators, and community leaders. We have also created a youth innovation fund that supports youth innovators and entrepreneurs to realize their dreams. We therefore urge the international community to create concrete pathways for youth inclusion in political and economic decision-making processes. Let us invest in their potential, not just fear their energy. To that end, the Republic of Malawi calls for investing for peace through a dedicated funding for youth-led peace building. Madam President, in closing, the Republic of Malawi reaffirms its unwavering commitment to multilateralism and to the central role of the United Nations in addressing the pressing challenges of our time. But let us be clear, noble mandates alone will not deliver results unless they are matched by the necessary resources, fairly allocated and predictably provided. Let us match our ambition with the resources required to deliver. Let us ensure fairness to those who contribute to the work of the United Nations. Let us pursue reforms that strengthen accountability and inclusivity. And let us build an organization that reflects the diversity of our membership and the hopes of our people. In this regard, Madam President, I would like to inform this Assembly that the Republic of Malawi remains resolute in her advocacy for equitable representation in the United Nations Security Council. This crucial reform is essential as it will ensure that diverse voices of capable nations are heard and considered in the decision-making processes that impact not just specific regions, such as the global north or global south, but the entire world. By fostering a more inclusive dialogue, we can collectively address pressing global challenges and promote a more just and balanced approach to international governance. No other time is suitable for this reform like now. Madam President, as we look beyond 80 years, Malawi envisions a revitalized United Nations, one that is agile, inclusive, and responsive to the needs of developing nations. The challenges of climate change, inequality, and digital transformation demand renewed collective action. In the spirit of better together, we call for a strengthened multilateral system that prioritizes peace, sustainable development, and human rights, ensuring a thriving planet for our children and grandchildren. Malawi stands ready to contribute to this shared vision, guided by our foreign policy and enduring principles of the United Nations. I thank you all.
I thank the Chair of Delegation of Malawi. I now give the floor to His Excellency Lok Bahadur Thapa, Chair of Delegation of Nepal.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is my honor to address this august assembly. At the outset, allow me to extend my warm greetings from Nepal, the land of Sagarmatha, that is Mount Everest, the highest mountains in the world, and the birthplace of Lord Buddha, the apostle of peace and compassion. I congratulate Her Excellency Annalena Baerbock on her elections as the President of the 80th sessions of the General Assembly. I assure her of Nepal's full support. I also extend our appreciation to Secretary General Antonio Guterres for his steadfast leadership in these challenging times. Mr. President, first let me share about the recent political developments in Nepal. Earlier this month, Nepali youth, particularly Gen Z, took to the street with a clear and compelling voice for change. Their call was not for narrow interest, but for a nation built on the pillars of good governance, transparent, accountable, and responsive to the people. They demanded efficient public service, into corruptions, an equitable society, justice for all, and dignified job opportunities for the youth. It was a resounding reminder that the aspirations of the generations are nothing less than a fair, just, and prosperous Nepal. In the Gen Z movement, we saw unfortunate violence that claimed lives and left deep scars in our society. Many government buildings were reduced to ashes. An interim government has been formed to steer Nepal's political directions at this critical moment. For the first time in its history, Nepal is led by a woman as Prime Minister, herself a former Chief Justice. General elections have been slated for the 5th of March 2026. This will mark another step in strengthening our democracy through fresh mandates of the sovereign people. Building our institutions, restoring trust, and healing our society will take time, resources, and solidarity. Excellencies, truly Nepal stands at a historical crossroads. And we know that the only viable road ahead of us is that of the road to peace, democracy, and inclusive development. We are determined to continue our democratic journey, and we appreciate goodwill and continued support from the international community as we move forward in these directions. Mr. President, the world itself stands at a crossroads. Peace is in peril. Militarization is mounting. Development is drifting. And the climate crisis is culminating. We have seen commitments unmet and promises unkept. In this context, the theme of these sessions, Better Together, 80 years and more for peace, development, and human rights, couldn't be more relevant. Mr. President, for 80 years, the United Nations has served as a common foundation for multilateralism, a foundation upon which all nations, big and small, developed and developing, stand equal and forge common solutions. For 80 years, our organization has remained a beacon of hope. Hope for peace, hope for shared prosperity, hope for equity, justice, freedom, and human rights, and hope for the rule-based international order. And today, as crisis converge from climate catastrophe to widening inequality, from digital disruption to violent conflicts, that beacon must shine brighter than ever. It is time to renew our collective resolve to fortify the founding values of the United Nations. Mr. President, Nepal attaches profound enduring value to the United Nations. The UN Charter is bedrock of our foreign policy. It is a compass that guides our actions on the global stage. This reflects Nepal's enduring belief in multilateralism, international cooperation, and global solidarity, the principles that define who we are as a nation. And this year marks 70 years since Nepal joined the United Nations. For 7 decades, Nepal has consistently stood by the United Nations, contributing to global peace and stability, advocating for the rule-based international order, promoting equitable and sustainable economic development, particularly for the upliftment of the least developed countries and the landlocked developing countries, and upholding human dignity and justice. Today, Nepal proudly stands as the largest contributing country. Our highly professional peacekeepers have served with a deep sense of duty to secure peace and stability in the conflict-ridden parts of the world. Nepal remains a steadfast advocate for complete and general disarmament. The lasting peace and safer world depends on the reductions of all weapons, conventional and emerging alike. Nepal strongly condemns terrorism in all its forms and manifestations, which stands for peace, security, and the protections of innocent lives everywhere. As the chair of the Global Coordination Bureau of the least developed countries, Nepal is leading the group to ensure equitable, inclusive, and sustainable development guided by the spirit of no one is left behind. As co-facilitator of the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development, held in Sevilla, Spain, Nepal contributed to advancing key priorities, catalyzing investment for sustainable development, addressing the debt crisis, reforming the international financial architecture, and revitalizing multilateral cooperations. Nepal is deeply honored to serve as the President of the Economic and Social Council this session. We thank the member states for their trust. As the President of the COSOC, I am deeply committed under the motto of delivering better, to bring coherence, to bring credibility, and to bring measurable impact to the Council's work. As a member of the Peacebuilding Commission, Nepal is deeply committed to supporting inclusive, nationally owned, and locally driven peacebuilding process. Mr. President, the world today faces challenges of profound gravity and urgency. Many parts of the world are witnessing protracted crises. War is raging relentlessly in Ukraine. Suffering is deepening in Gaza, where civilians bear the heaviest toll. We support a two-state solution where Israel and Palestine coexist peacefully and securely with internationally recognized borders in line with the relevant United Nations resolutions. Nepal is deeply concerned about the innocent civilians held hostage by Hamas. We call for the immediate release of Bipin Joshi, a Nepali student who has been held hostage by Hamas since October 7, 2023. Excellencies, crises in Sudan, Sahel, and beyond have left millions displaced, hungry, and vulnerable. The architectures of the global peace has been under severe pressure, unseen since the Second World War. Institutions designed to prevent conflict and uphold human dignity are tested as never before. It is frustrating that the defense budget is skyrocketing while development cooperation is shrinking. Global military spending has reached unprecedented levels, $2.7 trillion in 2024, the highest since the Cold War. We have witnessed gross violations of human rights in various parts of the world. Children and most vulnerable are caught in the crossfire. Climate-driven disasters are compounding human suffering, deepening vulnerabilities, displacing communities, and straining already fragile systems. The very institutions we build to confront these global challenges are under immense strain. Confidence in multilateral frameworks is weakening. This is a clear and urgent call to reassess strengthen and revitalize our multilateral institutions, and to fortify global solidarity and actions. Mr. President, let me highlight a few areas that deserve urgent global attention. First, peace and security. Beyond words, peace demands actions. It demands courage, and it demands the commitment. In these turbulent times, dialogue must triumph over hostility, diplomacy over conflict, and cooperations over divisions. We must take urgent and coordinated actions to prevent conflict, uphold justice, and foster inclusive development. It is incumbent upon us to address the root causes of the conflicts, including poverty, inequality, and marginalizations. Second, we must strengthen multilateralism and rebuild trust. Multilateral institutions must deliver not just promises, but results. They must be representative, transparent, and accountable. In this interdependent world, no single nation, however rich and powerful, can resolve global problems alone. We must uphold multilateralism for fostering global cooperations and coordinations. We must repose our trust in multilateralism, anchored in sovereign equality, territorial integrity, and national independence. Third, accelerating the implementations of the 2030 Agenda is critical. As the progress on the Sustainable Development Goals is far off track, the world must act with greater urgency and solidarity. We strongly call for the timely and effective implementations of the Compromiso de Suivez. Sustainable investment must be boosted to deliver on our promises. Development assistance is critical for making progress in sustainable development. We appreciate the developed countries that meet the ODA target and strongly urges others to fulfill the commitment. We must make development finance adequate, easily accessible, predictable, and aligned with national priorities. Institutional and human capacity support tailored to the needs and priorities of the countries, particularly in the global south, should be prioritized. We must reform trade systems to be fair, to be inclusive, and to be responsive to the developing countries. It is incumbent upon us to address the debt burdens facing by many developing countries. Debt relief, including debt restructuring and debt swap, should be scaled up to ease debt distress. Priorities should be given to inclusive development. We must invest in youth and promote gender equality and empowerment of women and girls. The rights, safety, and dignity of migrant workers must be fully respected and protected. Fourth, climate justice and climate actions. Climate change has disproportionately affected vulnerable populations such as low-income communities and developing nations. Nepal is deeply concerned about the disproportionate impact of climate change, particularly in the mountain regions. We have first-hand experience of glaciers melting in our Himalayas that are seriously threatening the lives and livelihoods of millions downstreams. To discuss the climate crisis and chart out the way forward, we convened the Sagarmatha Samvad, that is Mount Everest Dialogue, in May this year under the theme Climate Change, Mountains, and Future of Humanity. The Samvad adopted the Sagarmatha call for action, reaffirming our shared commitment to the Paris Agreement and 2030 Agenda. Nepal is proud to be among the few countries to have submitted our third nationally determined contributions, NDC 3. By 2035, we aim to reduce emissions by nearly 27% and expand renewable energy eightfold. Excellencies, as the world confronts a climate catastrophe, we must act with urgency and resolve. This is not a crisis of emissions. It is a crisis of equity, of survival, and of justice. Nepal calls for urgent, fair, and ambitious actions to protect vulnerable communities. Polluters may take responsibility with actions. We reiterate our call for scale-up, predictable, and accessible climate finance, technology transfer, and capacity building for countries on the front line, particularly the least developed countries and mountainous nations. The loss and damage fund must be capitalized, and biodiversity finance must be increased to match the scale of the crisis. Nepal urges the international community, especially developed countries, to demonstrate genuine solidarity and moral clarity by delivering on the ICJ advisory opinion and upholding their obligation to protect the climate systems. Fifth, digital transformations. Technology must be inclusive, secure, and right-based. We must narrow the digital divide within and among countries to create a peaceful and equitable society. Nepal advocates for a global digital cooperation framework that ensures access to infrastructures, digital literacy, and data protections for all. Technology transfer must be accelerated and scaled up. Finally, the United Nations must be reformed to reflect the present-day realities. Focus should be laid on coherence, coordinations, and accountability across the UN development system. We need to prioritize LDCs and LLDCs across all global commitments and partnerships. The UN 80 initiative offers a timely opportunity to renew our collective commitment to a more inclusive, transparent, and effective multilateral systems. Nepal supports the reform of the United Nations Security Council to make it more representative, transparent, and accountable. The review of the ECOSOC and the high-level political forum this year presents an important moment to enhance their effectiveness, coherence, and the impact in delivering on the Sustainable Development Goals. Similarly, Nepal supports the ongoing peace-building architecture review. This is an opportunity to enhance synergy, streamline efforts, and drive results where they matter the most. We also underline that the global financial architecture must meet today's realities. Mr. President, the global community has time and again reaffirmed its determinations to tackle challenges before us. And we have shown that we can achieve more when we act in genuine partnership, when we choose collaborations over confrontations, and when we replace disagreements with dialogue, and we are committed to peace, prosperity, and sustainable future. Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, for 8 decades, the United Nations has stood as a beacon of hope for peace, for justice, for human rights, and for development. Today, that legacy calls upon us more urgently than ever. The world watches us at a moment of great trial. Let us stand together, united and determined to ensure enduring peace and prosperity in the world. When the United Nations succeeds, humanity as a whole succeeds. When it falters, it is the innocent and vulnerable who bear the heaviest cost. Let this 80th anniversary remind us of our shared duty to safeguard peace, to uphold justice, to protect human dignity, and to build a world that is fairer, safer, and more human for all. Nepal stands firmly committed to doing its part in shaping a safer, more prosperous and more sustainable world. I thank you.
I thank the Chair of Delegation of Nepal. I now give the floor to His Excellency Muhammad Siat Douale, Chair of Delegation of Djibouti.
Madame la Présidente.
President, at the outset, I would like to extend our heartfelt congratulations to Her Excellency Ms. Anna Baerbock, President of the General Assembly, at this historic session, which coincides with the 80th anniversary of the establishment of the United Nations. The theme you've chosen for this session, Better Together, 80 years and more for peace, development and human rights, edifyingly conveys the international community's patient, meticulous, painstaking quest, which it has been undertaking since the UN Charter was signed 80 years ago. We can take pride in what we've achieved and all of the successes of our organization. Despite the difficult context, nothing should dent our determination to build a world that's less unequal, that exhibits greater solidarity, a world that is more peaceful and more prosperous. We extend our gratitude to your predecessor, Mr. Philemon Yang. We're grateful for his openness, his leadership, and his ongoing efforts throughout the session that's just drawn to a close. President, Secretary General, over the last 8 decades, the role of the United Nations was pivotal in support to decolonization in Africa and Asia, as well as on conflict resolution, nuclear proliferation, the fight against poverty and climate change, the promotion of human rights, and the management of pandemic risks. The United Nations, well aware of the need to sharpen its tools, has continuously undertaken the necessary reforms so as to do an ever better job in fulfilling its mandate and responding to the challenges of our time. Under the leadership of the current Secretary General, at the request of member states, given the slow implementation of the SDGs, and with a view to building a multilateralism that's more inclusive, more effective, and interconnected, we adopted the recommendations set forth in the flagship report entitled Our Common Agenda. Faced with the unpredictability of the future and the exacerbation of certain trends which could sap international cooperation, as well as the emergence of new challenges, we, as contracting parties, adopted a Pact for the Future which contains a global digital compact and a declaration on future generations. We stand convinced that we need to build a better world in which we would live better together. We agreed on an ambitious program covering important issues such as peace and security, sustainable development, climate change, digital cooperation, in particular ensuring that we make artificial intelligence a technology that benefits all, in addition to human rights, gender equality, young people, future generations, and the transformation of global governance. Nonetheless, the aforementioned accomplishments cannot conceal the devastating consequences engendered by geopolitical and geoeconomic fragmentation we're currently seeing. Conflicts are proliferating. They're dragging on in Ukraine, in Sudan, as well as in the Sahel. The unspeakable horror of what's going on in Gaza, where children are assassinated with impunity on a daily basis, where famine is being wielded as a weapon of war, while the international community is unable to effectively stop the genocide that's underway, as confirmed by the analysis report drafted by the United Nations and published on the 16th of September under the leadership of Judge Navi Pillay. The norms governing the use of force are being violated with chilling regularity, as illustrated by the bombing, the raids, and the extraterritorial assassinations committed by Israel. We condemn the terrorist attack against Qatar and the violation of its sovereignty and territorial integrity. Speaking on behalf of the Republic, His Excellency Ismail Omar Guelleh, we reiterate our solidarity with the Emir, His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, as well as the government and the brother people of Qatar. The Security Council is paralyzed by the recourse to the veto, which has become systematic. International law and the norms which have guided us to date are being called into question, a dangerous trend. There's also a crisis of confidence between states, aggravated by the serious liquidity crisis owing to arrears in the payment of assessed contributions. Madam President, Secretary General, the Republic of Djibouti welcomes the recent adoption of the severe commitment, an outcome document at the Financing for Development Conference, the fourth one. This agreement, in our views, is an important step in the quest towards building an international financial system that's more equitable, exhibits greater solidarity, and serves the achievement of the SDGs. The figures are as eloquent as they are alarming. The world is confronted with an annual $1 trillion shortfall when it comes to financing the SDGs. Developing countries are paying more in debt service than they're investing in health or education. In 2023, $1.4 trillion was spent on debt repayment in low and middle-income countries. Over 50 countries are today spending over 10% of their government revenues solely to reimburse their debts. In some instances, that figure exceeds 20%. As for ODA, we've seen a concerning drop in overseas development assistance. According to the latest UN reports, only 17% of targets are on track to be achieved in 2030. 37% are stagnating or in regression. None of these 17 SDGs are on its way to being fully implemented. We're seeing hunger on the rise, inequalities worsening, and the repercussions of climate change are hitting harder and harder, hitting those countries who contributed the least to this problem. Djibouti, although it's a very low emitter, is facing the disproportionate consequences of this crisis: prolonged drought, growing scarcity of water, heightened desertification, extreme heat waves, sea level rise, which is directly threatening our coastal areas where most of our population lives. We stand convinced, as recalled recently at the Second African Summit on Climate in Addis Ababa, that the urgency of the situation requires an effective adaptation strategy first and foremost. In Djibouti, the Sovereign Carbon Agency is collecting carbon contributions on the basis of the polluter pays principle, transforming them into adaptation projects for affected communities. The severe commitment gives rise to new hope. It calls for in-depth reform for financial governance that's more inclusive and better response to long-standing aspirations of the countries of the South. The commitments contained therein must be honoured. It shouldn't become just another text stored in multilateralism's archives. It should serve as a basis for a new global contract underpinned by concrete solidarity, responsibility, and shared ambition.
Committed to transforming its strategic, geographic, and infrastructural advantages from primarily a transit leader to a fully integrated industrial partner for East Africa and beyond. In line with its National Development Plan, Djibouti EC, we will pursue inclusive, sustainable industrialization that adds local value, create more employment and benefits its neighboring countries. Djibouti will leverage its free trade zones, ports, and logistics infrastructure to attract light manufacturing, agro-processing, packaging, and assembly industries that serve regional demand. Djibouti is a strong believer in regional integration, where each country develops and leverages its comparative advantage to contribute to shared growth and stability. Djibouti is and will always remain a serious, reliable, committed, and constructive partner to countries in the region and its many friends all around the world. Just 2 days ago, on September the 27th, Djibouti achieved its first UNESCO Biosphere Reserve status with the designation of the Archipel des Sept Frères, Rassian, Korangar, and Godoria Biosphere Reserve. This major historic step, which underlines our country's commitment to environmental stewardship, strengthens our resolve to develop Djibouti's potential to become a premier destination for ecotourism. Madame la Présidente.
President, Secretary General, we welcome the progress made in Somalia so as to implement national priorities, its national development program, and the stabilization plan. Nonetheless, we are still disquieted by the threat that the terrorist Al-Shabaab militia continues to pose. We welcome the contribution of Somalian forces, African Union forces, and other forces working legally to combat Al-Shabaab. We recognize the enormous sacrifices which have been made. We emphasize the crucial importance of guaranteeing that AAUSOM African forces are endowed with predictable, sufficient resources so that they can fulfill their mandate under the best possible conditions. Djibouti is a large contributor of the African Union in Somalia since the ATMIS mission. Our troops are stationed in key sectors, Belet Wene, Bulahawa, and Jalalakaksi, in the Haran region in the state of Hir Shabelle. Faced with an uptick in terrorist attacks, Djibouti heeded Somalia's call by signing a new agreement in July 2025 to pave the way for additional deployments of Djiboutian forces to reinforce stabilization efforts in the country. We must provide collectively robust support to the government of Somalia so as to facilitate their efforts. We cannot accept that these terrorist militias continue their deadly campaign against civilians, Somali forces, and international partners. We cannot accept that they are closing humanitarian corridors. President, Secretary General, we are deeply disquieted by the ongoing hostilities in Sudan, where a fratricidal conflict has been raging for over 2 years now. The death toll is heavy. Civilian infrastructure has been destroyed, which is very costly, resulting in the disruption of essential services being provided such as water, health, and electricity. The ongoing deterioration of the security and humanitarian situation is prompting large-scale displacement. Sudan, which has over 30 million people in need of assistance, according to UN figures, is confronted with a disastrous humanitarian situation which demands an immediate, coordinated response on the part of the international community. We call for an immediate cessation of military operations and for a lasting ceasefire, echoing previous regional resolutions which aim to resolve the conflict. Djibouti reaffirms its commitment to the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and the national unity as well as the stability of Sudan, in accordance with regional and international commitments. We reiterate our willingness to work in partnership with regional and international actors who wish to find a peaceful way out of the crisis. We call to place the interests of the Sudanese people as well as regional stability at the heart of our efforts at all times. Madam President, when the United Nations Charter was signed, when the United Nations was established, the international community was drawing on the lessons it learned from the League of Nations. It committed to do everything within its power to spare humanity from the scourge of another war. It would appear that the promise of a war-free world was not upheld, given that, regrettably, today we continue to face a number of conflict situations, some of which are particularly horrific. The most devastating conflict, as old as the United Nations itself, is Israel's ongoing aggression and occupation of Palestinian land. The unspeakable horrors occurring there requires pressing action on the part of the international community, going beyond words and condemnation, which has no repercussions. in Gaza and in the West Bank. Israelis are engaged in what would appear an innocent pastime, killing. Meanwhile, the international community is working to revitalize the two-state solution. As for Israel, it is busy burying not only the very idea of two states, but also any future possibility of a viable and sovereign Palestinian state. Israel's most fervent wish is to compromise the two-state solution, to bury peace under the rubble of colonization and militarization. But without a doubt, their mission is bound to fail. The Palestinian people is a resilient, a dauntless people. The international community is equally determined, as demonstrated by the resolution adopted by a large majority of member states, as well as by the very encouraging results of the international conference held on the 22nd of September, co-chaired by Saudi Arabia and France. We'll never say it enough. The two-state solution is the only solution that can satisfy the legitimate aspirations of the Palestinian people and to usher in lasting peace. Djibouti encourages the efforts underway so that they can produce the outcomes we hope for.
Madam Judge Navi Pillay admonished, the Security Council must not be the graveyard of conscience, and to this, President Gele recently added, neither must the General Assembly nor any of its member states. Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, the dispute concerning the Ras Dumera area and Dumera Island and Mount Dumera on the land/maritime border with Eritrea, as well as the situation of its prisoners of war held incommunicado, remain unresolved. As we did in previous years, we renew our readiness to work with our neighbors in order to find a peaceful and negotiated solution on the basis of international law. The Republic of Djibouti solemnly reaffirms in this anniversary year, when we celebrate the 80th anniversary of the signing of the Charter of the United Nations, and as required by Article 33 of this fundamental document, its proposal to negotiate either through bilateral means, mediation, conciliation, recourse to the International Court of Justice, or arbitration to settle the dispute in a legally binding and definitive manner. Madame la Présidente.
Madam President, Secretary General. 80 years after its establishment, the United Nations continues to serve as a forum and to provide adequate tools which we could further refine, of course, allowing us to live together better and to tackle the complex challenges our world faces, those related to peace and security, development and human rights. We must do our utmost to ensure that the United Nations doesn't remain a symbolic theatre safeguarding its image, but deaf to the demands for reform, including Security Council reform, which requires the granting to Africa of the seat it deserves, thereby righting a historical injustice. The United Nations is more essential than ever. We shouldn't turn it into a sacrificial victim, a victim sacrificed on the altar of our differences and our inability to bind ourselves to each other with strong bonds of trust. We should work together to inject new meaning into multilateralism and to strengthen international cooperation in the interests of all states, small and large alike. I thank you.
I thank the Chair of Delegation of Djibouti. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Christina Marcus Lassen, Chair of Delegation of Denmark.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, friends, and colleagues. 80 years ago, representatives from around the globe came together to establish the United Nations. My country, Denmark, was part of that historic moment. But many other nations were not given that opportunity. In 1945, the world was still a world of empires, of colonies and dependent territories that were not free to choose their own political destiny. The establishment of the United Nations did not change that overnight. Yet, it set the world on a course toward a radically different order. An order based on the equal rights and self-determination of peoples and of nations, large and small, a rules-based international order. As this order grew into being, the world saw tremendous progress. More than 1 billion people were lifted out of poverty, standards of living and life expectancies rose, a network of economic, political, social, and cultural relations across the globe were formed. It even seemed that wars between states were becoming a thing of the past. In recent years, this path has been broken. Wars are back. Extreme poverty is on the rise. International law is under pressure. Does this mean that the United Nations has become irrelevant? Of course not. The conclusion is the opposite. The UN is as essential as ever. Without the UN, the world would be in a much worse state. But as the world is changing, so must the United Nations. Excellencies, last year we agreed on the Pact for the Future. We committed to updating global governance, doing away with historical injustices of the existing system, expanding the Security Council and reforming the international financial architecture, bringing about a system that delivers for all. This year, the Secretary General presented his UN 80 reform initiative. I thank the Secretary General for his bold act of leadership. I encourage and expect more concrete proposals on how to adapt the UN system to new realities, making hard choices. And I ask fellow member states to engage constructively in the process. Excellencies, as an elected member of the Security Council, Denmark works towards ensuring that the Council fulfills its vital mandate towards safeguarding international law, including international humanitarian law, and ensuring that the voices of those affected by conflict are heard by the Council. At times, we succeed with fellow members through a shared sense of purpose. Too often, however, results are not possible. Too often, the Security Council is divided, unable or unwilling to act. The costs of inactions are felt around the world, from the raging war in Sudan to the erasure of women's rights in Afghanistan, from the spiraling gang violence in Haiti to the crisis in Myanmar, to the instability across the Sahel, not to mention the horrible situation in Gaza. Almost 2 years have passed since the horrific terrorist attack by Hamas on October 7, 2023, an attack that tore through Israeli families and left the nation wounded to its core. Denmark has repeatedly and consistently condemned the attack and called for the immediate release of all hostages. We've also said from day one that Israel has a right to self-defense. But what is going on in Gaza right now has nothing to do with self-defense. A man-made famine is spreading. Thousands of civilians are being killed. The humanitarian catastrophe is of unbearable scale. It must be brought to an end immediately. Israel must comply with international law, including international humanitarian law. The war in Gaza needs to stop. The two-state solution remains the only solution to a lasting peace for two peoples, both deserving of security, both deserving of dignity. The high-level conference on the two-state solution last Monday clearly demonstrated that the momentum is growing, that we are witnessing a renewed energy and enthusiasm for peace based on the two-state solution, a solution that Denmark is prepared to build on. The keys to recognition of a Palestinian state can no longer lie in the hands of the Israeli government. The Palestinians themselves must become masters of their own destiny. Excellencies, in Ukraine, Russia's horrific and illegal war of choice continues. A war that could end tomorrow if only Russia wanted to. If only Russia would withdraw to its own territory and refrain from trying to alter international borders by force. Russia's blatant violation of the UN Charter is felt most intensely in Ukraine and in Europe. Yet, its political and economic repercussions are felt across the world, from the disruption of supply chains to global inflation, costs that are borne primarily by developing countries, far away from the European battlefield of Russian creation. From the outset, Denmark has stood by Ukraine, politically, economically, militarily, and let there be no doubt, Denmark will continue to support Ukraine for as long as it takes. We must support Ukraine's military as it fights to protect its people, its territory, and its freedom. This is exactly what Denmark is doing through a range of initiatives. We call on others to step up and do the same. Because Ukraine is not just fighting for its own existence. It is fighting to defend the very principle that define the UN-based world order: territorial integrity, national sovereignty, and the right to political independence. Let us never forget that Russia is the aggressor. Russia's repeated violations of European airspace with aircrafts and drones underline Russia's insistence on staying on a path of war. So, colleagues, I ask you, are these the actions of a country generally committed to peace? Excellencies, our collective inability to halt the killings, suffering, and injustices in Gaza, Ukraine, Sudan, and beyond must not prompt us to submit to a world ruled by brute force. On the contrary, it must inspire us to work harder, to sustain the instruments and mechanisms we have built over the last 80 years. To Denmark, this includes maintaining our firm support for the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court as core international justice institutions. We do believe that this is paramount. It also includes maintaining our firm support for the Sustainable Development Goals. With only 5 years to 2030, we are still far from reaching those goals, and the financing gap is widening. For 45 years, Denmark has delivered on the UN target of 0.7% in official development assistance. We call on other fellow member states to join us, not as an act of altruism, but as a long-term investment in our shared future. Excellencies, in a world of competing crises, climate change and its impact remain real. Flooding, drought, heat waves. Again, the cost of inaction are felt across the world, and particularly in developing countries. The COP30 climate summit in Brazil will be a decisive moment. The benefits of the green transition are evident. Demand for clean technology is on the rise. In 2024, more than 90% of new power added to the world's grid came from renewable energy. Green transition is not only good for the planet, but also for investments, innovation, jobs, competitiveness, and resilience. So sometimes all good things really do go together. Excellencies, building on a livable planet for future generations is not just about nature or resources. It's about people. Defending human rights is as essential as today as it was in 1945, perhaps ever more so as the pressure is growing, especially on the rights of women and girls. To Denmark, it is evident that gender equality is not only the right thing to do, it is the smart thing to do. That is also why Denmark, as we look to the upcoming process of selecting a new Secretary General for the United Nations, is encouraging member states to put forward qualified female candidates. After 80 years, it is high time for a woman to be at the helm of this organization. Excellency, in closing, I would like to recall the wisdom of Nelson Mandela. It always seems impossible until it is done. When we compare the world of today to the world of 1945, the progress is evident. Empires have been dismantled. Millions have been lifted out of poverty. The equal rights of all human beings and of nations large and small have been recognized. In a world of rapid change and growing uncertainty, we must not lose sight of how far we have come, nor must we forget that it was by working together we got here. Let us rekindle the spirit of cooperation that led to the establishment of the United Nations 80 years ago. It always seems impossible until it is done. I thank you, Madam President. I thank the chair of the delegation of Denmark. I now give the floor to His Excellency Marc Hermanye Nadudu Araba, chair of the delegation of Benin.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam President, United Nations Secretary General, heads of delegation, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is with a profound sense of honor and responsibility that I take the floor on behalf of His Excellency Mr. Patrice Talon, President of the Republic of Benin, on the occasion of this 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I wish to first and foremost extend my warmest congratulations to Ms. Annalena Baerbock on her outstanding election to preside over this session. I assure her that she will have the full support of my delegation in discharge of her noble mission. I'd also like to commend the unwavering commitment of Mr. Antonio Guterres, United Nations Secretary General, for his indefatigable efforts in favor of peace, security, sustainable development, and respect for human rights in a global context marked by mounting uncertainties and multiple crises. At this time in which we are celebrating the Oak Jubilee of our common organization, I believe it's timely to conduct an assessment of its progress in charting the path towards a better and more peaceful world. We meet this year in an international climate that is heavily overshadowed by the proliferation of hotbeds of tension, worsening humanitarian and climate crises, creeping inequality, as well as the erosion of trust in multilateral institutions. These challenges, which are unfolding around the planet, severely test our collective ability to preserve peace, to promote shared prosperity, and to protect human dignity. This tumultuous global context fully confirms the relevance of the topic chosen for this general debate: Better Together, 80 years and more for peace, development, and human rights. For Benin, there is but one answer to these challenges: enhancing international cooperation, breathing new life into multilateralism, and restoring the full meaning of solidarity among peoples. Madam President, we stand today at a critical juncture in contemporary history. The world as we knew it is being transformed by profound shifts, in particular the reshaping of strategic balances, fast-paced technological development, the climate crisis, rising interdependence, but also rivalries. These are not merely cyclical adjustments, rather they augur a new global geopolitical order. We are witnessing a gradual shift towards a multipolar world. New powers are emerging, asserting their voice in international affairs, while strategic alliances are being redrawn. This dynamic provides opportunity for rebalancing, but also carries with it risks of fragmentation. My delegation stresses that this nascent world shouldn't relegate smaller-sized states to the role of mere bystanders, nor drown them out under the commotion of great power rivalries. Our voices matter, our experiences matter, our solutions matter. The history of this organization, founded on the principle of the sovereign equality of states, has oft demonstrated that smaller actors are very often able to act as counterbalances thanks to their ability to embody restraint, dialogue, and cooperation, the very essence of multilateralism. My country, Benin, perceives its place in this new global order as that of a stabilizing and cooperative force, a font of proposals, which does not aspire to decide global policy, but which, in terms of the great challenges that we have to meet together, has a vision to share. Our foreign policy is based on respect for international law and the primacy of peaceful settlements to disputes. We believe that the rule of law must always prevail over the rule of force. We favour the virtues of preventive diplomacy, mediation, and consensus building within regional and international organisations. Heir of a plural history, we support cultural diversity as a pillar of global peace. We strive to reconnect Africa with its diasporas by, in particular, offering Beninese nationality as a gesture of recognition to Afro-descendants who wish to claim it. In this new global order in the making, the issue of national sovereignty has returned to the forefront of our debates. All around the world, nations are reaffirming their legitimate right to decide on their own path, to protect their vital interests and to preserve their territorial integrity. This aspiration is legitimate. It is rooted in international law, in the United Nations Charter, and in the will of the peoples. Nonetheless, at the same time, this quest for sovereignty is sometimes interpreted as a call for isolationism and closure. Rather, Benin sees sovereignty as synonymous with an ability to act independently, underpinned by a clear understanding of national interests. It is to be exercised in the context of an international system in which every state, while remaining the master of their own choices, recognizes that common challenges demand collective responses. True sovereignty is also visible in the capacity to engage in dialogue, to negotiate, to cooperate, and to be open to the world. Madam President, Benin observes with concern the proliferation of armed conflicts in Eastern Europe to the Middle East, Sahel, and the Great Lakes region, threatening millions of lives, triggering mass population displacements, weakening institutions, and destroying infrastructure. This, in turn, fuels a cycle of poverty and violence in affected areas. In light of this reality, we have a clear belief. No conflict can be sustainably resolved by the force of weapons. Only an inclusive dialogue backed by true political determination along with sustained international engagement can open the way to just and lasting peace, perhaps in particular in the humanitarian chaos in Gaza, where the prospects for reconstruction appear uncertain. Benin reaffirms its support for the two-state solution as the only viable path towards a lasting settlement of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, in accordance with the relevant resolutions of the Security Council and the New York Declaration adopted at the conclusion of the international conference organized jointly by France and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in July this year. Benin is also following with great concern the developments in the crisis in the eastern DRC, marked by persistent violence despite recent diplomatic initiatives. We commend the efforts of Qatar and the United States of America to promote de-escalation and to open the way to an inclusive dialogue. We call on the parties to silence the guns, and we encourage the African Union to ensure consistent strategies, complementary operations, and coordinated peace efforts in the Great Lakes region. Benin is in favor of preventive diplomacy regaining its rightful place in the work of our organization. Preventing a conflict is always less costly in human and financial terms than grappling with its consequences. This is the case in our sub-region, which is currently facing the threat of terrorism, violent extremism, and transborder crime. The situation in the north of my country, which is under attack from terrorist movements, particularly Jenim in the tri-border area with countries of the Sahel, is critical. The government is addressing this decisively with the support of international partners through an inclusive strategy combining reinforced border security, community development initiatives, assistance to internally displaced persons and refugees, together with radicalization prevention programs. Terrorism is a transnational threat, and without strategic cooperation and strengthened mutual trust between countries, national efforts alone are, alas, insufficient. Furthermore, peace can only be preserved if it is underpinned by justice and respect for international law. This means that all member states must meet their obligations, must respect national sovereignty, and renounce any form of interference or aggression. Madam President, 10 years ago, the international community adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, embodying the ambitious pledge to leave no one behind. Today, we must face a troublesome reality. That is, that the global trajectory towards achieving the SDGs is seriously off track. Successive shocks, the COVID-19 pandemic, security crises, the exacerbated effects of climate change, geopolitical tensions, and an economic slowdown have stalled or even reversed progress in many countries, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa. Despite these challenges, Benin, under the leadership of President Patrice Talon, has undertaken profound reforms and has galvanized strategic investment to sustainably transform our economy and improve the living conditions of our citizens. We have seen some considerable results in terms of the SDGs, with more than almost 60% of our 49 priority targets on track. The 2025 SDG index for Benin is 57.8 points, which means that our country stands first worldwide in terms of progress, with a gain of 14.5 percentage points since 2015. These positive results speak to Benin's ability to transform our public policies into tangible progress for our population, and yet a number of challenges remain to be met in order to consolidate the gains made and to bridge gaps. We therefore call for collective mobilization with less than 5 years to go before the end of the 2030 Agenda. This calls for renewed multilateral action to ensure that the Seville commitment is consistently implemented. This was adopted at the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development. We call for a deep-rooted reform of the international financial architecture and of governance of multilateral development institutions so that they can better include countries of the South in their decision-making processes, can modernize their financial instruments in line with new challenges related to the energy transition, social inclusion, and climate resilience. Furthermore, achieving the SDGs demands that considering young people and women as more than mere beneficiaries, rather as genuine partners in change. In Benin, more than 65% of the population is under 30 years of age. Investing in their potential is not only a demographic imperative, but rather a strategic choice to build a prosperous, inclusive, and resilient society. Likewise, women's empowerment is a major lever for social and economic progress, guaranteeing shared equitable growth. With this in mind, the government of Benin, in partnership with the United Nations Population Fund, hosted the Global Youth Summit in Cotonou on the 4th and 5th of April 2024. On the 30th and 31st of July this year, the same city, Cotonou, hosted the annual coordination meeting of the African Union and its member states on strengthening the implementation of the Women, Peace and Security agenda in the context of the 25th anniversary of the adoption of Resolution 1325 by the UN Security Council. Madam President, in light of the current malaise in multilateralism resulting from geopolitical rivalries, the resurgence of power politics, and a nationalist retrenchment, Benin calls for a collective leap forward to breathe new life into multilateralism, making it more inclusive and action-oriented. In this context, my delegation takes note of the UN 80 initiative launched by the Secretary General. Here we wish to stress the following points. 1. The UN 80 initiative must be transparent and accountable. It must ultimately aim to improve UN mandate delivery in the interest of its member states. 2. Ensuring a better response to the organization's recurrent liquidity problems falls first and foremost to member states, who must honour their financial obligations in full, on time, and without conditions. Finally, any proposal to achieve efficiency gains by reducing duplication and redundancies across the UN system shouldn't result in dismantling UN agencies or funds to the detriment of the assistance provided to member states. Finally, Benin would like to underscore the urgent need for a thorough reform of the UN Security Council. This is a requirement in light of the 21st century's geopolitical realities. It's essential to build on the outcomes of the Summit for the Future last year, particularly the Pact for the Future, which contains commitments on the Council's enlargement. Benin reaffirms here its support for the common African position set out in the Esselwini Consensus and the Ceuta Declaration. Africa, which represents more than 1/4 of member states and which is the theatre of a number of issues on the Council's agenda, can no longer be sidelined in decision-making. Allow me to conclude by citing the African aphorism: if you want to go faster, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. May this maxim guide our steps, inspire our decisions, and unite us in our quest for a better future for all of humanity. Thank you.
I thank the chair of the delegation of Benin. I now give the floor to His Excellency Odo Tevi, chair of the delegation of Vanuatu.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for me to deliver this address on behalf of the government and people of the Republic of Vanuatu. Madam President, at the outset, let me sincerely congratulate you on your well-deserved election as President of the 80th session of this August Assembly. I assure you of the Vanuatu's delegation full support and cooperation during your tenure. I commend your predecessor, His Excellency Mr. Philemon Yang, for the great achievements of the General Assembly under his leadership during these challenging times. I would also like to extend my sincere congratulations to the Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, for his continued vision, wisdom, and skillful leadership of the United Nations during these tumultuous times. Madam President, since the setup of the United Nations 80 years ago, we have seen that the world continues to face a myriad of global complex challenges. There are ongoing wars and violent conflicts, increased humanitarian emergencies, international laws are not respected, human rights violations increased, and poverty continues to remain. The current liquidity crisis facing the United Nations system limits the ability of the UN to address these challenges. As we celebrate the 80th anniversary of the United Nations Charter, let us take stock of what this founding document really means for us. The Charter is not merely a piece of history. It is a living document that binds us together in the pursuit of peace, human dignity, and shared prosperity. It is the expression of a collective promise that disputes should be resolved by dialogue, not by war, that human rights and dignity are universal, and that nations, large and small, are equal in sovereignty. Madam President, your theme, Better Together, 80 Years, More for Peace, Development, and Human Rights, is crucial at this time. The lesson of the last 80 years is clear. No nation can meet these challenges alone. Multilateralism is not a choice, it is a necessity. Better Together is not only a theme, but a guiding principle that we must work together to create a just, fair, and prosperous world. Madam President, the Prime Minister of Vanuatu, in his 45th Independence Commemoration speech on 30th of July this year, called on our people to renew unity, national harmony, and long-term vision, to hold fast to the values of faith, culture, and shared purpose, especially in times of challenge. That same spirit must guide our engagement in New York today. Small island states like ours cannot face climate change, global insecurity, or technical disruptions alone. Our independence reminds us that sovereignty is precious, but so too is solidarity. In the past few years, we have experienced a number of Category 4 to 5 cyclones, which have contributed to the erosion of around 30 to 60% of our economy. Moreover, in early December 17, 2024, we experienced a devastating earthquake in our capital that damaged our infrastructure and buildings. The cumulative effect of these disasters are huge. Each disaster erodes our infrastructure, displaces communities, and sets back economic and social progress. Recovery is slow, and our resilience is tested. The compounding nature of this crisis makes adaptations and preparations ever more urgent. And yet, as a small island developing state, Vanuatu faces limitations in resources, capacity, and access to finance. Apart from these disasters, foreign investments in our country have been flat, and this is due to a combination of factors, one of which is the unjust blacklisting imposed by some of our development partners and the difficulty of accessing funds due to the worsening of corresponding banking relationship. While these measures are often justified as steps towards de-risking, the consequences for a country like Vanuatu are severe. We call on the international community, financial institutions, and regulators to work with countries that are affected by these measures and to recognize the unintended consequences of de-risking in small economies. Solutions must include enhanced dialogue, technical assistance, and proportionate risk-based approaches that allow bona fide businesses and citizens to continue to participate in global commerce. Despite these challenges, we are starting to see some green shoots in our economy. Our economy is anticipated to recover this year and in the medium term. Of course, our growth prospects, among other things, will depend on a favorable external and domestic economic environment and how far we can withstand natural disasters in the future. Our development experience thus far reveals that as a vulnerable country which has graduated from least developing country status, it is not easy to chart your own course for development. The international environment has been unfavorable for small island developing states, and accessing climate and development finance continues to be challenging. The securitization of development finance makes it difficult to address our most pressing development challenges. Just like any other small island developing states, Vanuatu relies on the current global legal order that is underpinned by the UN Charter to thrive. As a nation, we will continue to espouse for the preservation of these ideals. Furthermore, we call for the UN to urgently look deeper into the challenges of states like Vanuatu and find innovative ways to assist them. Madam President, this year the Pacific leaders established the Pacific Resilience Facility, which aims to support climate projects that would build resilience in our economies and communities in the Pacific. This is one of the first regional-led initiatives of its kind in the world. I join our Pacific leaders to thank our development partners that have contributed to this initiative. I call on our good friends and partners to contribute further to this facility. Madam President, as you are well aware, Vanuatu, with the support of a coalition of nations, led a UN resolution which was adopted by the UN General Assembly in March 2023, calling for the International Court of Justice to provide an advisory opinion on climate change. The court delivered its historic opinion in July 2025, affirming that states have clear legal obligations to protect the environment and human rights from the impacts of this crisis. For vulnerable nations, including small island developing states, this opinion is a powerful affirmation of a long-standing call that climate change is an existential threat and that the world has a legal duty to respond. Now that the advisory opinion is rendered, Vanuatu will take a follow-up resolution this year to the UN General Assembly to affirm the findings of the court and propose actions for the opinion to be operationalized. I call upon all the UN member states to support this crucial resolution. Taking climate change to the ICJ via the General Assembly is not a silver bullet for increasing climate action, but only one tool to get us closer to the end goal of a safe planet for humanity. That is why, beyond the ICJ, we are also supporting other tools to battle the existential threat of climate change. We call on all states to join the group of nations proposing to include ecocide as the fifth independent crime of the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court, and thank the nations of Fiji, Samoa, and the Democratic Republic of Congo for their existing support in this regard. Vanuatu maintains that better prevention of future environmental destruction is as fundamentally important as mitigating and adapting to existing damage. We believe that criminalization of the severest forms of environmental destruction at the international level can and should play a crucial role not only in deterring harm, but also in protecting the rights of present and future generations. The imposition, Madam President, the imposition of cohesive economic measures, including unilateral sanctions against developing countries, is unfair and unjust. It undermines the social and economic development of these countries. Such measures are in violation with the principles enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations. In this respect, we call for the uplift of the economic embargo on the Republic of Cuba. While the United Nations establishes human rights as a fundamental pillar of the organization, human rights challenges continue to persist globally. In the Pacific, the human rights of indigenous people are yet to be adequately addressed and remain a matter of ongoing concern. We acknowledge that in the recent Pacific Islands Forum Leaders Communique, member states have agreed to a roadmap to address human rights concerns in the region. The decolonization process within the United Nations framework requires enhanced momentum, and it is imperative that sustained dialogue be maintained among all stakeholders. In this regard, Vanuatu notes the ongoing dialogue conducted between the indigenous leaders of New Caledonia and the government of France in Paris this year. This dialogue has resulted in a roadmap, and we hope that this is a start for parties concerned to work collaboratively in finding the best way forward toward a peaceful and progressive future for the people of New Caledonia in accordance with the principles of self-determination established in the UN Charter. Madam President, 80 years on, the Charter calls us to action to safeguard international peace and security, to strengthen multilateral cooperation, and to ensure that the United Nations continues to serve as a beacon of hope for present and future generations. By returning to the spirit of the Charter, equality of nations, respect for rights, and shared responsibilities, we can meet today's challenges and build a future where no state, large or small, is left behind. Thank you.
I thank the delegation of Vanuatu and his chair. I now give the floor to His Excellency Dionisio da Costa Babo Suarez, chair of the delegation of Timor-Leste.
Your Excellency Annalena Baerbock, President of the General Assembly of the United Nations. On behalf of the government and people of Timor-Leste, I extend warm congratulations to Your Excellency on your well-deserved election as President of the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly. It is an important step in correcting the historical gender imbalance in the leadership of this organization. We also thank your predecessor, Philemon Yang, for the way in which he conducted our work in the previous session. We also pay tribute to the General Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, for his steadfast leadership in these turbulent times, and above all, for his clear and unique voice in defense of peace. Excellencies, it is a great honor to address this assembly on behalf of Timor-Leste. Our relationship with the United Nations is historic and decisive. For our country, which joined the United Nations family in 2002, following a long struggle for self-determination, the 80th anniversary of the organization is a moment for reflection on the transformative power of multilateralism. Though still young and facing the challenges that follow its difficult history, Timor-Leste today stands as a vibrant democratic state, an indisputable symbol of the triumph of the international system. Through the United Nations, we restored our right to independence and laid the foundations for the building of state institutions. Today, this family of nations continues to support us in our sovereign process of development and growth. It is also with the United Nations that we will continue in the international sphere to pursue the paths of peace, freedom, equality among peoples, and the right to self-determination in every corner of the world without exemption. At a time when the world seems to be willingly walking towards self-destruction, marked by international and civil conflicts, humanitarian emergencies, the climate catastrophe, and the resulting deepening of inequalities, Timor-Leste reaffirms our firm conviction that the multilateral system is not a choice, but a necessity. The United Nations emerged 80 years ago as a response to the dangers of isolationism and unilateral interventionism, grounded in the principles of dialogue and the search for collective solutions as instruments for peace, security, and the defense of human rights. The spirit of peace and unity that built this house must be renewed and strengthened in the face of the thousands of victims of today's violence. We all must uphold international law. For small countries like mine, it is the only guarantee of justice, sovereignty, and national independence. It was international law that enabled us to secure sovereignty over our resources following the conciliation process with Australia. It is this system that allowed us to request an advisory opinion from the International Court of Justice on the obligations of states in relation to climate change. This historic opinion determined that the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment is inherent to the enjoyment of human rights. The United Nations continues to play a central role in protecting peoples, responding to humanitarian crises, and mediating conflicts. Rejecting the isolation of states and unilateralism, Timor-Leste calls for the 80th General Assembly to be a turning point in relation to current conflicts. Ladies and gentlemen, deeply concerned by the erosion of international humanitarian law and the suffering of civilians in ongoing conflicts, Timor-Leste calls on all states to renew their commitment to the peaceful settlement of disputes, to respect international law, and to strengthen the role of the United Nations in conflict prevention. Peace and security remain the cornerstone of the Charter of the United Nations. We believe, however, that the UN cannot and must not delay in implementing the urgent reforms that we have all called for. First and foremost, to ensure its effectiveness in defending and guaranteeing human rights and international law, which are being violated before our very eyes in many parts of the world. The urgency of UN reform lies in addressing the structural impediments that prevent it from fulfilling its most basic mission, to protect lives. To strengthen the global architecture for peace, Timor-Leste proposes that the General Assembly be given greater power and authority in security matters to prevent a single member state from paralyzing the entire collective security system of the United Nations. We also underline the importance of reforming the Security Council so that it reflects the vitality and reality of the 21st century and gives voice to developing and smaller states. We remain firmly convinced that an expansion of both permanent and non-permanent membership is necessary to reflect contemporary geopolitical realities. It is the right and duty of our nations to aspire to a Security Council that is more accountable, representative, transparent, relevant, and above all, effective. Excellencies, Madam President, our commitment to peace is reflected in the way we relate to the world. Through political, diplomatic coordination and multilateral cooperation within the community of Portuguese-speaking countries, Timor-Leste joins the collective effort to promote harmony, solidarity, and inclusion, contributing to global and regional challenges. As a member of the G7+, Timor-Leste has brought its own experience of post-conflict stability to influence the global agenda for peace and sustainable development, inspiring coordinated action and diplomacy based on sharing and exchange, with the aim of transforming fragility into resilience. At the 6th Ministerial Meeting of the G7+, held in April 2025 in Dili, Timor-Leste, and fellow conflict-affected countries renewed their commitment to peace-building, resilience, and sustainable development. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, achieving the 17 Sustainable Development Goals and fulfilling the 2030 Agenda must be a priority for all. We are, however, concerned that many of the targets to which we have committed ourselves remain far from being achieved. Timor-Leste formally acceded to the World Trade Organization in 2024, and after a committed path towards fulfilling all eligibility criteria, will, on the 26th of October, become a full member of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, another milestone in our nation-building journey. This is a moment of great significance for national economic development, regional integration, and international recognition, and one of which we are very proud. Timor-Leste has aligned the SDGs with its Strategic Development Plan 2011-2030 and has made notable progress through effective and targeted public policies. With the current government, we are also initiating the energy transition towards renewable energy production and establishing a consolidated policy on the blue economy. Having ratified the Agreement on Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction, BBNJ, in September 2024, Timor-Leste adopted in June of this year the National Strategic Framework for the Blue Economy Policy and Action Plan 2025-2030, focused on the sustainable development of marine resources, improving the livelihoods of coastal communities, and protecting ecosystems. Nonetheless, the achievement of the SDGs does not depend solely on the individual will of each nation. It requires concerted and collaborative global commitment, shared values of humanity, the fight against inequality, peaceful coexistence, and the protection of our only home, the planet Earth. We must not forget the enormous inequalities that persist in the world. For developed countries, achieving the SDGs may be a simple political choice, allocating resources in their budgets. For many others, their realization depends on development assistance, solidarity, and international cooperation in terms of financial resources and the transfer of knowledge. Timor-Leste, as part of the G7+, the group of least developed countries, and of small island developing states, is especially vulnerable to the many factors that threaten the achievement of the SDGs. It is necessary to recognize the special circumstances of small island developing states. SIDS, a foundational principle of development since 1992, reflected in the Seville Commitment and the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for SIDS. The unique vulnerabilities of SIDS, with their small size, remote location, and limited resources, require tailored and differentiated development approaches. It is particularly urgent to translate commitments into predictable and increased means of implementation. Another relevant aspect in this context is the use of the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index, MVI, and ensuring SIDS have a seat at every table. It is no longer acceptable to hold discussions and make decisions on the issues that most affect us without our participation. The international financial architecture must be reformed so that the MVI is applied in development support policies, access to concessional financing, and technical assistance. Climate change is undermining already fragile food security, striking our countries with natural disasters that divert vital resources to reconstruction and humanitarian relief. For this reason, it is particularly important, especially for industrialized countries and major polluters, that commitments under the Paris Agreement and the Glasgow Climate Pact be honored, with the allocation of resources for true climate justice. The opportunity to achieve these objectives before us at COP30 in Belém this November. It is our opportunity to channel ambition in the right direction, honoring the Seville Commitment. It is also imperative to advance AI and digital capabilities in LDCs, while concurrently safeguarding cybersecurity. This requires investing in digital infrastructure, enhancing digital literacy, and implementing e-government initiatives, promoting AI research and innovation, cultivating talent, and establishing a policy framework are also pivotal for fostering growth. Nonetheless, international cooperation remains essential to establish comprehensive regulations governing the use and development of AI. Madam President, Excellencies, this past May, Timor-Leste hosted the Regional Conference of the United Nations Special Committee on Decolonization. This meeting had profound significance for the committee and for all who value self-determination, democracy, and human dignity. Holding this conference for the first time on Timorese soil allowed participants to witness our example as a success story and to renew collective hope for freedom and solidarity, reaffirming the crucial role of the United Nations in defending peoples. That same week in Dili, we hosted the first Asia-Pacific Solidarity Conference for Western Sahara. The voice of the Sahrawi people, silenced for half a century on the international stage, needs and deserves our attention and our collective strategic action. Timor-Leste's connection with the history of Western Sahara is of a moral nature. In the words of our Prime Minister, Kai Rala Shanana Guzmão, the suffering of the Sahrawi people was a lesson for Timor-Leste when we decided our own popular consultation since the postponement in 1992 of the referendum promised to Western Sahara marked all those who dreamed of independence. As the suffering of the Timorese people came to an end before that of our brothers and sisters, we will always in this House and in every forum of dialogue be amplifiers of the right to self-determination of Western Sahara, calling for a collective resolution of the conflict. Drawing on its own experience of occupation and prolonged suffering, Timor-Leste continues to advocate for dialogue, mediation, and multilateral engagement in the pursuit of peaceful, lasting, and sustainable solution as the path to peace. Timor-Leste therefore welcomes the overwhelming adoption on 12 September of the New York Declaration on the Peaceful Settlement of the Question of the Middle East and implementation of the two-state solution. Timor-Leste recognized the State of Palestine in 2004, 2 years after its own independence. We did not, however, imagine we would witness the conflict escalating to the tragic proportions we see today. It is urgent to implement the roadmap set out in the adopted declaration, in particular, an immediate ceasefire in Gaza, the release of all hostages, the establishment of a sovereign Palestinian state with the support and collaboration of the international community, as well as the disarmament of Hamas and the normalization of relations between Israel and neighboring Arab states, in order to guarantee collective security in the region. Even more urgent is the response to the humanitarian crisis in the Gaza Strip. After the situation of famine and genocide in the region was officially declared, we must waste no more time on terminology. Despite the clarity of the reports, the world demands the immediate unblocking of large-scale humanitarian operations and the guarantee of security and respect for human dignity in the delivery of international assistance. We are, however, deeply concerned that the intensification of Israel's military offensive in Gaza in the wake of peace efforts made here in New York in recent weeks, faced with the humanitarian catastrophe where famine already exists, the consequences will be devastating and irreversible for the civilian population. We reiterate the urgent need to reform the organization and its Security Council, which continue to prevent us from upholding the founding principles of the United Nations and from saving Gaza. Madam President, Excellencies, in Ukraine, we also witnessed the devastating consequences of unilateralism and the disregard for international law. The costs will be borne by all of us. Timor-Leste expresses its deep concern over the great human rights violations and the humanitarian and environmental consequences of the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, including ongoing attacks against essential infrastructure, which have caused devastating impacts on the civilian population, including women and children. we call on all parties to the conflict to comply with their obligations under international humanitarian law to spare civilians and civilian objects, to ensure the safety of all in accessing humanitarian relief, and to refrain from attacking and destroying items indispensable to civilian survival. We cannot ignore the many of other theaters of violence and instability that weigh heavily on our common conscience, from the Sahel to the Horn of Africa, from the Great Lakes region to Haiti and Southeast Asia, right on our doorstep. Each of these crises carries its own history and complexity, yet they share a tragic pattern: the suffering of civilians, the erosion of trust in institutions, and the perpetuation of cycles of displacement and loss. Our collective responsibility is to ensure that none of these situations are consigned to silence or neglect. They demand not only humanitarian relief and respect for international law, but also the sustained investment of this organization in prevention, dialogue, and inclusive political solutions that restore hope and dignity to those who endure them. There can be no justice without accountability. At a time when violations of international law, including international humanitarian law and acts of aggression, are on the rise, it is urgent that we all promote and defend our institutions and their work. We are deeply concerned by the imposition of sanctions on judges and other elected officials of the International Criminal Court, and we call for their immediate lifting. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, Timor-Leste strongly supports the lifting of the economic, commercial, and financial embargo against the Republic of Cuba, which we consider a violation of human rights that harms the Cuban people and limits their access to essential goods. Cuba is one of Timor-Leste's strongest partners in the health sector, having trained more than 1,000 professionals and provided direct assistance to our patients in hospitals. With its active role in development assistance and in promoting peace, we consider Cuba's inclusion on the list of state sponsors of terrorism entirely unjustified and therefore call for its immediate removal from the list. In the same spirit, we are also concerned by the imposition of unilateral coercive measures, such as those currently applied to Venezuela. These sanctions impose suffering on the Venezuelan people, hinder the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and leave many behind. We call for dialogue and negotiation between the parties to alleviate the misery that afflicts the Venezuelan people. Excellencies, Madam President, to conclude, this 80th session of the General Assembly reminds us that the United Nations, though imperfect, remains our greatest common instrument for peace and collective progress. The values enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations, the sovereignty of states, respect for human rights, the peaceful settlement of disputes, and cooperation for development remain the compass that guides us. Let us therefore renew our commitment to multilateralism, not as an abstract principle, but as a daily practice of listening, compromise, and joint action. Timor-Leste, through its hard-won independence, stands as proof that when the international community acts with unity and determination, even the smallest and most fragile states can take their rightful place in the family of nations. As demonstrated by the race to ratify the Agreement of Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction, which will enter into force on 17th January 2026, it is in multilateralism, in respect for international law, and in inclusive dialogue among all of us that hope resides for a better world for generations to come. Thank you very much.
I thank the Chair of Delegation of Timor-Leste. We've heard the last speaker in the general debate. I will now deliver my closing remarks. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. At the beginning of this week, we referred to the United Nations as the house of diplomacy and dialogue, standing at a crossroads, a place where we gather to have hard conversations during challenging times. If this high-level week is an indication, this house is fulfilling that purpose. The United Nations is still relevant. Over the past week, we have heard from 189 member states, including 124 heads of state and government. Delegations, I thank you for your proactive leadership, for embracing diplomacy, for not shying away from the hard topics, for proving why our United Nations remains critical, especially facing a crossroads. I would like to thank the host country, the United States, for their continued and generous support, reminding that the host country agreement obliges to give access to all delegations, as otherwise the house of diplomacy would not work. I express my deep gratitude to the City of New York, particularly the NYPD, as well as colleagues across the UN Secretariat for making the high-level week possible. Finally, I thank my OPGA team, led by my chef de cabinet, for their tireless dedication, their countless briefing notes, and for being my ears and eyes throughout this high-level week. Across the week, certain themes resonated above all others. Chief among them, peace and security. Gaza, Ukraine, Sudan, and the many forgotten ones. The clear message was, member states must do more to stem the tide of war and violence, to protect and feed starving civilians in Gaza, to return to peace to Ukraine, to protect women and girls in Sudan. This organization is only as strong as our collective will to uphold the principles of our charter and international law. And when we do, progress follows. Monday's high-level international conference on the peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine demonstrated clearly that what happens in this hall matters. The conference, coupled with the New York Declaration, showed diplomatic movement on an issue long considered immovable. But while we are gaining traction politically, on the ground, the situation remains catastrophic and unacceptable. We should not delude ourselves. The real test now is whether the momentum generated here can be translated into tangible, short-term measures in and for Gaza. An immediate ceasefire, a surge in humanitarian aid for the civilians, the immediate release of the remaining hostages, and lay the foundation for a peaceful, long-term perspective, the realization of the two-state solution. The only way to achieve lasting peace, security, and dignity for both Israelis and Palestinians. The Charter is not only a blueprint for peace, it's also a vision for shared progress across every pillar. Dozens of delegations spoke on the impacts of climate change and the ticking clock we face in delivering on the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. That clock does not stop while we are here in this room. I don't know if you were in the hall, but as the Prime Minister of the Bahamas was delivering his remarks here, his country back home was bracing for the landfall of the cyclone Nene. It's happening now. Climate crisis won't stop if we deny it. The climate crisis is the biggest security threat in this century. We face it together or we suffer alone. Conversely, if we work together to tackle climate change, we can capitalize on the benefits all together. Last year alone, investment in renewable energy amounted to $2 trillion. So as you can see, there are also positive tipping points. Looking at the amount invested in renewable energy, there's no way back, as no investor wants stranded investments. And thus I commend member states who joined the UN Climate Summit and pledged stronger, more ambitious climate targets in the light of COP30 in Berlin. However, we are still not as far as we need to be, and financing is the clear obstacle. Financial reform was mentioned repeatedly throughout the general debate and discussed in detail during the first biennial summit for a sustainable, inclusive and resilient global economy. The commitment made in 2015, repeated last year in the Pact for the Future, must be met. To build resilience for countries facing ruinous climate consequences, we need to unlock financing. The technology is there, the need is there, we now have to match it. And make no mistake, this is not charity. Addressing these borderless challenges and financing sustainable development is an investment in our collective future. Investing into green technologies and fighting the climate crisis is our best security protection. Excellencies, I would also like to take this opportunity to commend delegations for engaging in sometimes challenging discussions around SDG-related issues, including the high-level meeting on non-communicable diseases and mental health, the 30th anniversary of the World Programme of Action on Youth, and the Global Dialogue on Artificial Intelligence. The discussion on AI in particular lent only further credence on the argument that we are better together. Few of us would be comfortable leaving the benefits or risk of this immense resource in the hands of a few. The opportunities are vast, as we discussed all together, from farmers accessing plans for resilient seeds, to city planning, to disaster risk management. AI is a tool that must be harnessed for all of humankind, equally in a controlled manner. This last point bears repeating, as the risks of AI are becoming only more prevalent, and age-old biases are being perpetuated by algorithm. As you can see, for example, when 99% of sexual-related deepfakes are targeting women and girls. Yet, as we also heard and saw on Monday's celebration of 30 years since Beijing, when female leaders spoke one after the other, there's power in joining forces, in taking the right course at the crossroads, and doing the right thing. So many strong female presidents, many the first of their country, all reminded us that women's rights are the yardstick of freedom of a society. If women are not free, eventually no one will be free. But the opposite is also true. If women are free, finally everyone will be free. If women are not represented equally or participate equally in societies, economies perform worse. Some estimates note that closing the gender gap would add 7 trillion to the global GDP. And a few words through applause from this audience as often as that of the mention of a future possible Madam Secretary General. Excellencies, throughout the week there were moments of energy, even electricity, where we really felt the collective will to do better, to reach further, to choose the right path at the crossroads. It's an energy that reminds us that this institution indeed matters, that we need it more than ever, an energy that also proclaims now is the time to grow and change. Colleagues, this is an energy, a moment in time that we need to grab and run with. And the conditions are there. Indeed, UN 80 and the reform agenda was, as they say, the hot topic throughout the week. The Secretary General's report on mandate implementation review, the revised budget, and his proposals for structural changes and programmatic realignments offer us a concrete pathway to make this institution better, stronger, more effective, fit for purpose. But this is not only about trimming budgets. It's about strengthening delivery. It is about priorities. For that reason, it is important that delegations take the discussions here back to their capitals. Discuss also back home in national parliaments how every government can constructively support and implement these processes in a way that make this institution work better, deliver better. For all of us, but especially for those who still look to the streaming blue flag as a sign of hope, even in the darkest hours. For those who have the benefit of living in peace and social security, and, as recent surveys showed, even in spite of all global narratives, still value the benefits and necessities of the UN. On this point, I would like to thank the many, many delegations who responded to my call for positive reflection on the UN's 80th anniversary. We have heard dozens of statements infused with this theme of better together, of countries who freed themselves from colonialism to join as an independent state the family of nations, of countries like my own who reunified because of the international community, of countries who sought support from the UN for mediation, for peacekeeping, for democratic reform, for aid and relief. Even if we have not always succeeded, but the point is that we have always tried. Excellencies, these examples highlight specifically why this organization was created: to tackle the problems no country alone can solve, to support others in their times of need. This week's general debate, with strong engagements and impassioned words, showed that we are capable of finding the strength to lift up our common leadership, to find collective solutions, and to take the right path at the crossroads. Let us go forward in this spirit. As also outlined in our just launched year-long campaign, let us be inspired by the legacy of our past and daring for a better future that is better together, unafraid, unbroken, united. I thank you. The exercise of the right of reply has been requested. May I remind members that statements in the exercise of the right of reply are limited to 10 minutes for the first intervention and to 5 minutes for the second intervention, and should be made by delegations from their seats. I call on the representative of Mali.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam President. The delegation of Mali does not aim to exercise its right to reply. Nonetheless, personal attacks, condescending attacks waged by the Algerian Minister of Foreign Affairs compel us to intervene, to correct the untruths we heard. Out of respect for the decorum of this august assembly and the good that the United Nations embodies, my delegation will not lower itself to the level of the invective and basically indecent attacks proffered by the Algerian Minister of Foreign Affairs. By doing this, Algeria deliberately decided not to mention at all the events which resulted in unprecedented tensions between our two countries. On our side, we would like to reiterate what Mali has said earlier. This is the statement delivered by Abdoulaye Maïga, Prime Minister and Head of Government of the Republic of Mali on the 26th of September 2025. He recalled that current tensions between our two countries are rooted in, first and foremost, in the unacceptable interference of the Algerian regime in the internal affairs of Mali. The Malian people decided to take charge of its fate and take ownership of the peace process. There were then disputes regarding the destruction by the Algerian armed defense forces of surveillance and reconnaissance drones of the Malian armed and security forces in the night between the 31st of March and the 1st of April 2025. A few hours after the incident transpired, the Malian government learnt from the press of a communique issued by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Algeria claiming ownership for the destruction of a drone which purportedly violated Algerian airspace 2 kilometers. In order to conduct an in-depth investigation, the Malian authorities requested from the Algerian authorities to provide them the evidence underpinning their allegations. Over 72 hours later, no satisfactory follow-up was provided by the Algerian party. Following our own investigations and on the basis of scientific proof that was published on the 6th of April 2025 in a communique, the government of Mali drew a conclusion of which it is absolutely certain. The drone of the Malian Armed and Security Forces was destroyed following a premeditated hostile act waged by the Algerian regime. This conclusion is underpinned by the following. First, the guilty silence of the regime in Algeria and its refusal to cooperate. Second, specific data about the trajectory of the aircraft recorded by our systems unambiguously proves that the drone never left the airspace of the Republic of Mali. What's more is liaison with the drone and location information, all of it is located on Malian national territory. As I'm sure you understand, these allegations of supposed violation of Algerian airspace are absolutely absurd in light of the above. After all, the debris of the drone was found within Malian territory, over 9 kilometers from the Algerian border. How could it have ended up there if it was within Algerian territory, 2 kilometers within? This violates the laws of physics. It's simply impossible. It's simply impossible for the drone to have ended up there. This is clearly an unprecedented attack, unprecedented in the relationship between our two countries. This hostile act unfriendly and condescending is further proof, if there was ever any need for it, of the fact that the Algerian regime is sponsoring international terrorism in Mali and the Sahel. Indeed, the destruction of the Malian drone clearly sought to undermine the neutralization of armed groups who have claimed that they've conducted terrorist acts. Faced with these attacks and a refusal to cooperate on the part of the Algerian regime, the government of the Republic of Mali decided to institute proceedings with the International Court of Justice. Regrettably, even though it's unsurprising, it's regrettable that the Algerian regime refused to recognize the jurisdiction of the ICJ. As a way of defending itself, the Algerian regime claims to respect this international jurisdiction. It's easy to see that this Malian drone that was shot down is a source of embarrassment for the junta in Algeria. Indeed, if the Algerian regime had any respect for the international system as it claims to have, it would have accepted to submit supposed proof it has in its at its disposal to the ICJ. The Algerian regime, through its actions, is rejecting international legality. This attests to the fact that it is clearly guilty before the world. The lack of transparency on the part of Algeria vis-à-vis the ICJ is grist to the mill of the Malian government. That is, the fact that the drone was destroyed. It's further proof of the fact that Algeria supports terrorist groups. The government of Mali deplores the fact that instead of responding to the facts we've established and documented, the Algerian regime has opted for defamatory invective to try and conceal its support for extremist groups, including the terrorist leaders that were targeted by the downed Malian drone. We denounce this flagrant violation committed by Algeria against my country in contravention of Mali's efforts to support the FLN and the support we provided to our neighbours, our brothers, our friends, the people of Algeria during their liberation struggle. Thus, the government of Mali As a consequence, the government of Mali reaffirms its call for the Algerian regime to put an end to this unacceptable interference in the domestic affairs of Mali, as well as its support to terrorist groups which are destabilizing the Sahel. The Algerian regime would be better served to focus its efforts on its own contradictions and the government's challenges, which are vast and from which it has been distracted. We call on the Algerian regime to change its approach and to improve its relations with neighbours working in good faith for stability, collective security and sustainable development in the region in full respect for the sovereignty of states. By way of conclusion, I'd like to reassure you that the Malian government will spare no effort in defending our national territory and ensuring that we protect our people and our property. I thank you.
I call on the representative of Morocco, followed by Algeria.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam President. Morocco would like to exercise its right to reply following the intervention by the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Algeria this morning. Without any animosity nor wishing to create any polemic, I would like to provide some clarifications and also restore some truths on the following points. The Algerian Minister of Foreign Affairs recalled that the issue of the Sahara was on the General Assembly's agenda for almost 62 years now. I'd like to say that history is stubborn. History will remember that it was Morocco that listed the issue of Sahara on the decolonization list. This didn't happen all of itself, but rather thanks to Morocco's claims, which has continued to reiterate its claims since 1956. The minister also stated that the Security Council adopted its first resolution on the issue of the Sahara 50 years ago. That's very well, but I would have liked us to, for the minister to also refer to the General Assembly resolution, since we are sitting in the General Assembly. Indeed, in this chamber, the General Assembly adopted its own resolution 3458B. This took note of the Madrid Agreement that brought an end to the Spanish colonization of our southern provinces. 3. The minister stated that MINURSO was created 34 years ago. Very well, that's true also, but the issue of the Moroccan Sahara doesn't stop at the creation of MINURSO, nor did it start with the creation of MINURSO. It cannot be reduced to the establishment of MINURSO either. The history of the Moroccan Sahara must be integrated into everything that has happened around and what happened after the establishment of MINURSO. That is the decision of the Security Council to put to one side all of the resolutions concerning the Sahara as they related to MINURSO by proclaiming the political solution for the settlement of this dispute. That was 21 years ago. And above all, the Security Council has done ever since 2007, adopted a resolution over the last 18 years that reiterates the preeminence of the Moroccan autonomy plan, which it believes is serious and credible. 4. I'd like to thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs who talked about realities imposed on the Moroccan Sahara. The reality in Moroccan Sahara today is billions of investment, it is peace, it is stability, it is the longest bridge in Africa, a highway from the north to the south of the Sahara, it's universities in every city, hospitals, university hospitals, the deepest port in Africa, Atlantic port in Africa. It is freedoms, elections, a free culture, civic participation of the Sahara population in all political, cultural and economic activities of the region, and above all, the emancipation of young people who are just as active in the north and the south of Morocco in our political, cultural and economic life. These are the realities of the Sahara. And I just wanted to add, since we are in a diplomatic forum here, our reality is that we have 30 consulates in the Moroccan Sahara. That means that we also have some recognition. There is investment, billions of dollars of investment. And I'd just like to recall here that the United States have instructed their development agencies, their investment agencies, their companies to invest in Moroccan Sahara, because irrespective of the view that you might take on the status of Morocco, there is one right which is irreversible, that is the right to development. And the right to development means in Morocco that we invest in depth for prosperity, for development, and to ensure hospitals, schools, roads, security for our population. The right to development isn't just the responsibility of the state concerned, but also it is an international responsibility of our partners. Hence the decision of Europeans, Americans this week, and other partners, particularly large multinationals who are interested in the Saharan development for the benefit of our Saharan population. The fifth observation that I'd like to share following the intervention of His Excellency the Foreign Affairs Minister of Algeria. Algeria is currently sitting in the Security Council, but the Sahara is not currently being addressed as a matter solely of decolonization. The Security Council addresses this as a matter of peace and security, and above all, in the context of the peaceful settlement of disputes. I'd like to thank him for addressing this issue. Sixth remark that I'd like to share. His Excellency the Minister asked 5 questions, fundamental questions for the settlement of this dispute. That's all very well. But what question did he never asked? Algeria is saying that it is not a party setting conditions and fundamentals for the settlement of this dispute. On what grounds, if it's not a party to this? We welcome the fact that Algeria can now say, okay, these are the conditions for the settlement of this dispute. We hope that today's statement can be extended and reflected on the other side of this building in the Security Council, so that we can fully engage in a political process and ensure that we have participation in the round table to relaunch a political process and to reach the settlement of this dispute, which has gone on all too long. 7th point. I'd like to say that I cannot conclude on a negative note here. I'd like to conclude in echoing the message of His Majesty the King that was stated on the 30th of July last, that was addressed towards our neighbour Algeria. His Majesty the King reiterated the international momentum and support of more than 120 countries that support the Moroccan autonomy plan, the dozens of countries that have recognized Moroccan Institute, and the members of the Security Council that have reiterated either the Moroccan autonomy plan as more than 2/3 of the EU members that are in favour of the initiative for the definitive settlement of this issue. His Majesty the King, when he referred to all of these outcomes, said, and I quote His Majesty the King, that this is a favourable position towards law and legitimacy, inspires us. It pushes us further towards a quest for a consensus-based solution that would save face for all parties, where there are not winners or losers. That's the end of the quote of His Majesty the King. Thank you very much.
I call on the representative of Algeria.
شكرا سيدة رئيس.
Thank you, Madam President. My delegation has asked for the floor to respond to the statements by 2 delegations in this hall as they exercise their right of reply. First, concerning Mali. We are surprised. This is our first comment. We are surprised. When the representative of Mali talks about decorum, he should rather teach decorum. The representative of Mali, he teach the representative of Mali decorum.
في كلمة الجزائر صباح اليوم.
The representative of the junta. Second, the representative of the Foreign Minister of Algeria. His statement was comprehensive. He refuted the claims, the provocations that we've listened to 2 days ago by the representative of the putschists in Mali. It was abundantly clear that the response of the foreign minister was addressed to the putschist junta in Mali. In addition, Algeria does not and will not succumb to desperate attempts to provoke us. Out of respect, out of appreciation to the neighborly, brotherly Malian people, we do not and will not succumb to such distortions led by a putschist junta, whose representative, who came here to speak on the behalf of this junta, came here to talk from this rostrum to settle his personal scores with my country. Second, regarding Western Sahara, in response to the distinguished representative of Morocco, I would like to clarify, first and foremost, the following. The intervention by Algeria, delivered by the Minister of Foreign Affairs this morning, abided strictly by the historic parameters agreed by all at the United Nations, the legal and historical parameters, especially the decolonization agenda of the United Nations when it comes to Western Sahara. However, since the distinguished Moroccan delegation chose to exercise the right of reply to the Algerian intervention, it is an opportunity for us to present some points, or to respond to some points that the distinguished representative of Morocco has addressed. He referred to the Western Sahara issue being a decolonization issue at the United Nations. I have to recall some legal and historical parameters when it comes specifically to this matter. We cannot accept such claim. We cannot accept such claim. There is no such thing as regarding the Western Sahara as a non-self-governing territory. However, because adding a region to the list on the decolonization agenda goes back to the countries that are responsible for this particular region, according to Resolution 1514. This resolution is adopted by the GA based on information provided by the administering powers. The administering power has the right to ask, can provide information according to Article 11 of the Charter, especially Article 37E. I recall and remind you of the decolonization agenda of the United Nations. In 1946, the first list was presented when 8 countries provided a list of 72 territories that are concerned with decolonization. And in 1963, the General Assembly approved revised list of 60 region as non-self-governing territories. That includes the Western Sahara. I have the documents, I have the lists, I have the numbers of those documents, but I don't want to talk for too long. When it comes to Western Sahara, this issue was not part of Resolution 66 of 1946 for a simple reason, because Spain was not yet a member of the United Nations until 1955. It was the administrating power. In 1955, and Morocco was then still under the protectorate, the Secretary General of the United Nations corresponded with Spain and asked Spain whether it manages a non-self-governing territory. So in 1958, Spain claims that it does not have any non-self-governing territories. And the territories that it administers are Spanish territories. Spain did not provide any information on this territory under Article 73 until 1960, where there was a draft resolution in the Fourth Committee to consider the issue of Western Sahara. And I have the statement by the administering power, the statement delivered back then. Before the establishment of C24, the information provided by the administering power on Western Sahara, this information has already been sent to the Information Committee, which was a predecessor of the C24, and that was in 1961. When the Committee of Information was dismantled and the C24 took its place, the issue of Western Sahara was added to the list of non-self-governing territories that fall under Resolution 1514, the resolution on decolonization. This all to show that the issue of Western Sahara is registered under the decolonization agenda of the United Nations. And this leads me to another issue addressed by the distinguished Moroccan delegate, the issue of addressing Western Sahara at the Security Council. As a matter of international peace and security, in all Security Council resolutions, it is stated that the Fourth Committee, the C24, and the General Assembly shall continue to consider the Western Sahara issue as a decolonization issue. All Security Council resolutions stress this matter. A final point, since the Moroccan delegation has referred to how Algeria considers the Western Sahara issue and why we even consider this issue. We are a responsible member of the United Nations. Algeria addresses all just causes. Second, Algeria is a neighboring country, and it is concerned with what transpires in neighboring countries. It is our duty as a responsible member in the United Nations. We must respond. We must explain what needs to be explained regarding this issue and in other issues. If there is insistence to drag Algeria as a party to this issue, Algeria says the following. I repeat what the foreign minister has said this morning. Algeria says negotiate with the party concerned. There's a need for direct, unconditional negotiations in good faith between the Polisario Front, the party concerned, and the Kingdom of Morocco, the other party concerned, to settle this issue. I thank you.
I now call on the representative of Mali for a second intervention. May I remind you of time to be 5 minutes.
Merci.
Thank you, Madam President. I won't take up too much of our time. I just decided to request the floor to say the following. I listened very carefully to the response of the representative of Algeria. I was expecting to hear answers regarding the root of the tensions between Mali and Algeria. But we heard the same ad hominem attacks, the same invective we heard earlier. The root, the crux of the problem, is the unacceptable interference of Algeria in the internal affairs of Mali. That's the first thing. And second, it is the destruction of the drone of the Malian armed and security forces by the Algerian regime. So I do have two requests for my Algerian counterpart. The first being for him to please tell his authorities to consent to our application instituting proceedings with the ICJ, and also to provide any evidence which was not provided to the Assembly. And my second request is an invitation for the Algerian authorities to stop their hostile acts against Mali and to opt for a constructive approach in keeping with the traditions of good neighborly relations between our two brotherly nations. I thank you very much, Madam President.
May I take it that it is the wish of the Assembly to conclude its consideration of Agenda Item 8? It is so decided. I would like to thank all of you, all delegations again, for this year's high-level week. I wish you a good day. The meeting is adjourned.